Okay, shall we begin? In the name of the Father, of the Son, of the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
We have a 1 minute meditation to open our mind to receive Holy Spirit to guide us in this session. Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. This is a session 3-1 of the day 3 of Chiang Mai Catholic Civic Forum. Today's main topic is youth. The first day was social, second day peace, third day today is a youth. So we are beginning the first session with Youth Day as scheduled. We have two speakers, one from India online, and the other one, Berta. I am saying Asia Pacific team here. And you received briefing papers about World Youth Day. So we are going to use that as the reference document for this session. And Andrea is from India, but she is working, so she has to go to work at 8:30. So we will have Andrea first. Andrea first, about 15 minutes about her experience of World Youth Day last year in Lisbon, and also her reflection on briefing papers. And we have a short time for Q&A, and then we move to the second presentation, the Berta. And then we will have a group discussion again. We go out and then we will discuss around briefing papers. Okay, Andrea, good morning. You have a floor now.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, okay. Yeah, please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Apologies since I cannot be for the entire duration of this session today. I am here for a camp in rural parts of India, and the network connectivity is not really great. So in case I cut off in between due to network problems, I'll join in quickly as soon as possible as the network permits. So a brief introduction about myself. I am Andrea Vaz from ICAF, that is the All India Catholic Union Federation, India. And I'm currently pursuing my college studies, degree college. I'm in second year pursuing psychology. So I had the unique experience to be called to be a part of the Lisbon 2023 World Youth Day. I was also called to be a part of MAGIS. It is a Jesuit program which happened in Lisbon prior to the World Youth Day. I have one Bible phrase that is really apt for this occasion on what I really experienced with the youth from all over the world. So it was, don't let anyone look down on you because you are young, but set an example for the believers in speech, in conduct, in love, in faith, and in purity. This is from Timothy 4, verse 12. And what I noticed from the youth from different countries is all of this youth are bold and they're strong believers, and they confess it through their speech, their love for one another, their faith in the Catholic faith. For Magis, which was prior to World Youth Day, was where all the youth, Jesuit youth, were called to Lisbon around 2000, and we had programs there for us. which happened in a pattern like we had experiences. Now, experiences means something where we are sent, broken into groups, and sent to different places all over Portugal for experiencing in different matters of art and culture, ecology, and so forth. And it was, everyone had a unique experience because not all of us Indians who had gone from the Jesuits were not put all in the same group. So I was given the opportunity to be a part of the art and culture group in Coimbra, which comes in the north of Portugal. And mainly what we learned was music, how faith brings us together through music. So we had people from different countries with us. We, at the end of the experience, which was around 5 days, we happened to be a close-knit family and didn't want to leave. And we continued that connection from Majis. We continued it through World Youth Day. And World Youth Day was something really, really different from any of the programs that I have attended. There was full freedom to attend whatever you would like to attend. There were multiple programs happening all over Lisbon. There was some concerts in some places by famous people like Rob Gallia, or famous bands like Ablaze. There were talk sessions on different topics. There was Rise Up Encounters. Now, Rise Up Encounters was something more like the sermon that the priest gives during Mass time, but it was something more impersonal and more connecting. And during one Rise Up counter, I remember meeting one person who had no hands. And he was so engrossed in bringing music to the people that he learned how to play the guitar with his legs. So it was something that I learned from that person, that irrespective of whatever circumstances that you have, you can win and you can bring hope to other people. So the theme for Majis that we had was creating a hopeful future, and which then went to World Youth Day with the theme of Mary awoke and went with haste. So together, if we combine both of them, they're really sort of similar, because Pope Francis urges us to get up and with haste start moving and doing something and bring a hopeful future. The youth are called to be active. Youth are called to come together, and I believe that the World Today is a platform that brings together such youth to come together, experience Christ again with renewed faith. Uh, I think I am done. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask me. So, am I audible? I am not getting response. So,
Yeah, we can clear you.
okay, okay.
Okay, thank you very much for, and anybody speaking now? No. Okay, can you please introduce a little bit more about the Maggie's program? Some of us is the first time we heard the Maggie's program. It's a Jesuit program, right? University. Is it only for World Youth Day or throughout the year?
Okay, so Majis happens at different levels. So we have at our in our country, we have it at our province level. Then it moves to the state, uh, bigger, where multiple provinces are there, state level. Then it moves to the national level, and then it since we are broken up into different continents, it goes for us. It goes into the South Asia level, and from there it goes to the international level. So the Magis that I attended in Portugal was the international Magis. Now, Magis, you all may be thinking, what exactly is this Magis? So Magis is a Latin term coined by Saint Ignatius of Loyola, the founder of the Jesuits. Magis means to be more. So it's calling us youth to push ourselves, be more, not just be in our little cocoon. So what essentially happens in Majis is we have experiences. Now, experiences are something where the youth are broken into smaller groups, and they are sent to different places to experience different things. For example, they are sent to some places related to ecology. So they may do something related to maybe plastic pollution in that place, countering that, or to some village to look after the cleanliness, or build something for the village, something relating to that. Or it can be art and culture, where you are sent to a place to experience its culture and how Christ is lived through the very beings in that place. Or spirituality, or pilgrimage, or service and solidarity. So there are these five different groups where this youth, based on their choices, are sent. Its experiences are sort of more like a workshop prolonged for a set number of days. And there's something quite unique to Majis, is something called as Majis Circle. Now, Majis Circle is something like an introspective method where at the end of the day, we sit in a meditative posture and we go through whatever has been done throughout the day and recollect and see what particular part of the day really touched me. So that is something very unique to Majis. Uh, it's Majis is essentially something where it brings the youth together, and it has these five main key pillars or five components of each experience. One is personal prayer. Second is being sent for that apostolic experience, that is ecology, art and culture, pilgrimage, service and solidarity, etc. Lastly is the daily Eucharist, and then the Majis circle, which is inter-youth sharing circle where we recollect about the day. We then examine lastly five steps. So this is essentially what is Majis, and why was it started is because the Jesuits felt that when we send youth for World Youth Day, they are not really, prepared to expect. So Majis is something like a preparatory course for World Youth Day, where we come into the hang of things, we understand really how faith really works with other youth, so that when we come for World Youth Day, which is a big, immense sea of emotions and activities, we are really prepared for them. So I would like to share one such experiment, which my fellow friend who came with me for International Majis experience, he went for the ecology experiment, and he was sent to the beaches of Portugal, and he was sent for Laudato Si. Now, Laudato Si is an encyclical papal document that is based on the environment. So what he had was sessions and activities based on human ecology, economy, finance, agriculture, energy, economy of Francisco, and Christian values and ethics in today's world, supported with different case studies. So there were different spokespeople who were called to interact with these youth. So what it helped do is build awareness in these people, which earlier we are only confined to problems in our own problems or experiences in our own particular countries. But when we interact at the global level, we have a better understanding of things that other people face. And also we can draw parallels to the same problems and come up with innovative solutions based on that. So essentially, that's what Majis is. I see someone has sent some questions in the chat. If someone can read them out to me, please, because it's not really visible here.
Thank you very much. There is a few more questions in the chat box, but you can answer them later on after listening to Berta presentation. Since I want you also listen to Berta presentation, so that we can discuss together about World Youth Day Seoul 2027. Berta?
Okay. So, hi, Andrea. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, and everyone here. So, as you receive already this briefing paper by MCS Pax Romana, this is on the World Youth Day. And we prepare this to help the MCS member and interested youth for the World Youth Day to how they seeing this World Youth Day. And later on in the document, you will see the reflection, some of the proposal, like in the contents, the critics, and this all the reflection based on our outcome of our global event last year from the Empowerment Summit in La Rose, France, Catholic Forum in Rome, and this is also part of our centennial journey. So yeah, in the first part, you will see what is World Youth Day and how we can also take part of this not only at the global but at the diocesan level, and the significance of World Youth Day as for the faith formation, the solidarity, the mission, and how they can connect each other, and the history where it started in 1984 and until next we'll have the World Youth Day in Seoul, Korea. It will be an 18th World Youth Day. So other than this, there are some World Youth Day that we can celebrate annually, like every last year, 2024, 24 November. And IMCS from the Asia Pacific, we celebrate together with the students, those who join to share their reflection and their hope, especially for the next World Youth Day that this year also we have mini global gathering Jubilee on Youth, July 28 to August 3. And for the next World Youth Day on November. And so annually we will celebrate. We start last year at the regional level, and we encourage our member to contribute and to engage with the youth at their parish and the diocese level. Also have their gathering to reflect on what is World Youth Day meaning for them. And with that, we put here also the timeline of World Youth Day starting last year, 2024, up to 2027 in Seoul, and the annual one every November. So after this, we put as well the values and importance to remind again our MCS member, but also youth, what is really value and significant and the importance of World Youth Day for Catholic Church, and then also for global youth community. So you can see here we put the explanation, the explanation from, we have 5 points, 6 points here. The spiritual is not only for spiritual renewal, faith formation, but also the global unity and solidarity. And again, as we are now in the digital generation, so it's not only at the global where we celebrate in every 3 years or 4 years, but how we can also contribute to make our same gathering annually. And for the cultural exchange and diversity, as Andrea has mentioned as well, your experience in meeting people during the World Youth Day and understand their culture, and encourage of youth engagement. So after World Youth Day, during World Youth Day, they can learn from each other how they are play their role in the church and actively participate. So during World Youth Day, they can learn, and after that, what will they do when they go back to their country, diocese, and even the parish level? And of course, the message of hope and peace and the joy of celebration. Also, it will be the personal growth for them and transformation. And as it's not only for youth, but there will be lay people there, including the church leaders, the Pope, bishops, and priests. So this can be a gathering that they can have a dialogue, and this is bridging the generations discussion as well. And then promoting social responsibility. So what did they also for them to learn from other how they feel or uh, to share what kind of injustice that happens back in their country or in their community level, and how they can inspire each other to promote justice and care for marginalized. Then the renewal of the church mission. And while we also have this significance that the those who get this briefing paper can understand what you daily um, is. And so we have critiques, reflection for the World Youth Day events. First, so according to past World Youth Day and some reflection we have here. First is commercialize and cost. So some of yeah, not all the youth can be part of because of the cost from them to traveling, especially when they are coming from the lower income regions and country, and as well as when we see to the environmental impact, how when the travels, the involved here, it's also raise the carbon footprint of the event and the logistic and safety issue about the logistical problems when we gather in the big group and the lack of theological depth. So because lack of understanding what your day really is, they just come and don't really understand, and they have just come for the celebration, but lack of deeper understanding and deeper understanding on theological engagement. And then also cultural homogenization, where the critics feel that this event also imposed the Western and European culture practices. And the next one on focus on the youth without long-term commitment. So this is true. One of our one of the sharing from our movement, especially from the East Asian region, that they bring many of youth for this World Youth Day, and after come back, there is no really long term, there's no really follow up from youth. So this should be also one of the point that we need to give to for the students or the youth to understand, and as well as for them to manage the World Youth Day. And with that, we have the next one on the clericalism and hierarchical focus and visa refusals. So with this, in the recent past, the visa refusal to the many youth that coming from developing country when they attend the program, it's they facing problem in getting a visa. So based on this reflection and the understanding on significance, and then critics for World Youth Day, looking forward for 2027 World Youth Day in Seoul, we put together how we see the significance, especially this will be the second time in World Youth Day in Asia, and first time in the country that is um, based on the population, it's not a Catholic country, and also through the historical and geopolitical context. So when we see the historical in Korea, in South Korea, the the one who started the Catholic there is a lay people. So this could be also one of the things that the youth, when they come there, not only for the to I mean to celebrate for the celebration, but also to look into the how the importance and look to the historical Catholic Church start in Korea, as well as the geopolitical context of South Korea. Yeah, you can see in the first in the next section about this. And at the same time, during this World Youth Day, so it's not only for Catholic youth, but extend to all the youth. And according to our last meeting from Pax Romana and the LOC of World Youth Day in Korea, that they hope this the theme or the context of this is not only focused for Catholic youth, but peace in terms of, again, the three unique things that I mentioned before, and how the Catholic Church in Korea right now working on building peace, especially among the Korean peninsula. Yes, I think that's overall from the briefing paper. Oh, other than that, as mentioned yesterday already in the previous session about this also will be part of, at the same time we'll have the third SDG summit. So through this, we can also have a global youth gathering and then reflect together on what the discussion during the SDG summit, especially on future generation. Yes, that's all. And if you have any input or anything, we can discuss together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oops, where's it? Okay, thank you very much, Berta, for introduction of these briefing papers. And now I'd like to invite Andrea to give some comment on these briefing papers based on your experience of Lisbon last year.
Yes, thank you, Bertha, and thank you, Anselmo. So after going through the document, it's really aptly hits the nail on the head, because World Youth Day, essentially, the importance at the global level is to celebrate Catholic faith and promote unity amongst us Catholics. It's there to promote spiritual growth amongst us Catholics. For example, my personal example, before going for Majis and World Youth Day, I wasn't really strong in faith. Somewhere along the way after my confirmation, I started to get little influence from my friends, and I felt a little break in my faith, in my trust in God. I started to move down into being a sort of non-believer. But when I was invited for Majis and World Youth Day, leading to that, we had a preparation for that program of around 1 year. And through that, I found renewed faith in my Catholic faith. So something for World Youth Day is something that it helps us youth who are lost along the way. It's something which pulls us back to faith and keeps us rooted in our faith. It also has it brings about the significance. World Day brings about significance of faith formation, global solidarity, since youth from all over come together, and also brings about mission and service in youth, which usually, if we are based in our own little cocoon at home and we don't interact with different youth from in our cities, in our province, in our nation, or at large at the international level, something is where we are youth are not moving forward to building a hope-filled future. So Bertha has really well talked about the history of the World Youth Day, where it started by Pope John Paul II in the year 1984 in Rome. And since then, it has been held in different cities all over the world. I have noticed that there is sort of like an alternating places of choice. Some places European, some once, then the next World Dates in some other place, maybe in South America or in Asia. Something where I see there's some European sort of hold on World Youth Day, and even the way that the experiences are formed, it has a little tone of that. But uh, however, so it's still really great that youth are given this opportunity through the Catholic faith to interact at the global level. Uh, why is World Youth Day so important is because it's pivotal in shaping our new generation of Catholics, because it provides some spiritual platform for spiritual growth, where along the way after our some sacraments that we receive in our Sunday school, where we learn about more about our faith, we sort of get a break in that link. So it's something where it helps renew that break and bring it to equilibrium, or restore it to how it was earlier in our childhood. So something relating to that is what I feel really World Youth Day is. Though there are some issues with World Youth Day, because some youth just come for World Youth Day only. They don't have something prior program which prepares them for World Youth Day. So they're not really, they don't know what they're supposed to expect or how to go about things, or which sessions to go to, or something that puts them into the way of things. So it's essential that the youth have some sort of little course or something which puts them into that flow. There are other criticisms also for World Youth Day, where environmentally it has some increase in the carbon footprint, because youth from all over the world fly to that one particular place. So it increases pollution in that way, as well as it's expensive. Now, youth like me, we were given assistance financially to be a part of Majis and World Youth Day, because since my family, we come from a really middle class family, it's not really feasible for us to afford flight tickets. Though visa fees were waived for us, getting the visa was a little tiresome, because we've had other friends from who just wanted to go for World Youth Day. Their visas were rejected and they ended up not going. But since we had our documents and all prepared, and different letters and all given to us from our Father Arturo Sosa, the Judge General, we had some proof that helped us facilitate easier in the visa process. But overall, it is expensive affair, because traveling is not cheap. So that becomes like a hindrance for youth who really want to experience World Youth Day, unless and until they get some sort of sponsorship or a fee waiver in some sort, then only it is feasible for them to come and experience World Youth Day.
Let me check ground reality. How many of you have been to World Youth Day?
From the ICA,
Malvia, which one?
or
Malvia, which one?
okay, so I
2016.
went.
Poland. Okay, here, no, nobody. Okay, how many times?
Germany and Sydney.
Germany. Sydney was when? 2009. And then Germany together? No, you're Poland, Germany, and then Budi?
Rome and Toronto.
Rome and Toronto. When was it? Rome?
2000 in Rome, 2002 in Toronto.
Toronto. As a Paksumana. As IMCS, 박수만아. You as a Bangladesh BCSM. Okay, you as a YCW. YPD. Why? Yes, got that. What about William? You never attended.
I have given the chance all the business members.
Okay. So Andrea, you attended as a ICAP or Megis? Is there any the ICAP participants in Lisbon in the
we
name of
had
ICAP?
so we didn't have specifically in the name of ICAF, though we had some youth who were ICAFers in their college days. I was one of the youngest members over there at 18. I got the chance to go for Lisbon World Youth Day. We had another senior ICAFer, Viola Lewis, who was also given the opportunity from her province, Karnataka, that comes in south of India. So specifically speaking, around four ICAFers, senior ICAFers, were given an opportunity through MAJIS. Now, ICAF and MAJIS both are Jesuit-led. ICAF is comes under the Jesuit, is assisted by the Jesuits, and MAJIS is a Jesuit program. So under the Jesuits, both these things occur simultaneously. But we didn't specifically go from ICAF because ICAF was going to send students for it. But then again, finance is an issue because we don't get a funding since there are so many youth. Receiving funding is a major problem for us youth. So therefore, youth from the ICAF did not specifically get an opportunity, but indirectly, senior ICAFers, and since now I'm a current ICAFer, we had the opportunity.
Different country had a different system. For instance, India, Jesuits in charge of ICAF, university. At the same time, Jesuit have the Magis program for youth. So Jesuit invite ICAF to be part of Magis program because funding come from the same source, I guess. But Bangladesh case in the name of Bangladesh Catholic movement, right?
It's under the Episcopal Commission.
Youth Commission. So there's a kind of quota for Bangladesh. So any other countries, Indonesia, PM Kri, you don't have a quota from Bishops Conference, Indonesia, PM Kri?
I can talk about.
Okay, later, okay,
No,
PM Kri. But now there is no, right? There is no system, there's no system. Bangladesh is good, And then let me say other countries. Nepal?
Nepal actually the permission was given by the Cadet, but we are not affiliated to them because they have their own, we call NCY, that's National Nepal Catholic Youth Movement. So I mean that NCY has been, well now it has been affiliated with the Jesuit College, and then it's running as one of the top of the top. Not as national body or because national body has already one movement.
Okay. I think these are one of the tasks the Asia Pacific team, maybe together with the intern, doing mapping, mapping about how IMCS, the local national member, participate in the World Youth Day globally. Different as you see, different season, right? Bangladesh can be the good example, so that you can participate in the name of Bangladesh Catholic student IMCS Bangladesh, but other country such a no system so we have to find out why different. And also some countries, Jesuits are heavily involved with the university, right? At the same time, they have their own program. So there's a Magis program, is a pros and cons, University, we are not recognized as a university. We are just simply part of youth, dumping, So that means we do not have our own identity as a IMCS dedication. So now let me invite, those who have been to, Budi first, yeah.
Because I think there is possibility that we Commission Pemuda kali ini means like the youth commissions of the Catholic Conference. You need to double check because in the past they always send people, but I'm not very sure if the national coordinations of country is very much in touch with them or not. I think since they are coming tomorrow, so maybe you need to double check with them. And I think it's not too late to impose because there is no this. I mean, Indonesia everything is politicized, but you need to impose to say that yes, we are international coordinations, we are national coordination, etc. There is always youth organizations or student organizations that are part of the delegations of the Indonesian youth commissions of the national. But sometimes there is a kind of quota or struggle, etc. So we need to double check, and I think it's not too late. It's not too early. It's not too late for the Indonesian for PMP in Indonesia to start talking to the Bishop Conference.
In terms of structure, the Barcelona we belong to youth academy, the same and lay academy, right? So sometimes many they have two commissions, right? Youth and lay, but there's no specific university. Right? We are simply part of youth. So, but this center is IYTC, International Youth Training Center. So now, from IMC's point of view, we are trying to have a tool, right? One is a university, the other one is a youth. That's why we want to engage with the World Youth Day somehow, but globally, nationally, two different process, right? So we need to, in the mapping, we need to check our members, IMCs, whether they engage in the national, in the sense, more diocese level, right? Parish or diocese, not really university. But globally, once every 4 years, big event, So how this interrelated, this is a global and national diocese. Those are another question in terms of follow-up, follow-up action. Okay, now let me invite one by one, and then Stefan and then William. William first, now? If it's related to this one, and then let me first. Okay. Now? Yeah. Okay, Stefan first. Stefan first.
Anyway, like I said, I went to two. First one just as an individual, 2005 in Cologne, Germany. Actually, you get lost. It's just such a huge event. You say hello to random people, and frankly, there's not a lot of point in it. That was my impression after Germany. In 2008, actually, I went to 2005 just to kind of check it out. And based on that experience, because I knew World Youth Day was coming in Sydney in 2008, so I wanted to see, what we could do, how to make it work, whatever. So what we did in 2008, as you know, you have the days in the diocese, the 1 week before the actual World Youth Day in the city. So we were in Melbourne for the days in the diocese, and we organised our own program, Young People for Development, in partnership with the parish, the Catholic parish where I worked. This was effective because we were able to target the people. We brought our people together. We organised everything. We're even able to do the fundraising. We got local shops to support it, give restaurants to give us food and everything. So that was very effective. When we went to Sydney for the whole World Youth Day thing, it was the same problem like in Cologne. Even if we had a group there, 250,000, 500,000, I don't know how many, I forgot how many people. The people are just lost. Everybody was happy to go to Sydney because Sydney is a beautiful city. They see the harbour. Even you go to the mass with the Pope, you're sleeping on the grass all night. By the next day, frankly speaking, I think for most people, it's not a very spiritual event because everybody, by the morning with the Pope, everybody's very tired. Anyway, it's still a great experience, especially I think for people, it's the once in a lifetime, and maybe they're not involved in the movement and they go with the diocese and it's a big event because they go to a different country. But if you really look at it from the point of view of formation, I think it's important to organize your own event, like IMCS event, and use it as an opportunity to bring people together. Otherwise, everybody's just lost. Even the IMCS people will be lost in the whole big event. And it's like was said before, it's a lot of money. It's a big investment to go. So if we're going to invest that money, it has to give, from our point of view also, has to give results. So I think that would be my suggestion. If IMCS wants to participate in Korea, it should be organizing an IMCS event beforehand and invite other people. This is my based on my experience anyway.
This is the response to the question when you were sharing about the mapping.
So IMCS, we have slots actually, that all the movements, those are part of dicastery. We have a slot there. And if we provide a letter, the students can apply and they can join as volunteer also as participant as well. So IMCS as a group we can organize, but problem is in the national level, because country like Bangladesh is very competitive, and those who are the very good with the bishops or with priests, they are the one who will get the chance. So we have to play the role in this way with the regional level coordination and also with the national movement leaders. How we are, because in our country like Bangladesh and some other countries, those who are joining this World Youth Day, and most of them just disappearing after that. So this is also one of the case. So
Now it's a very, very costly, right? If you the Lisbon, I don't know, Andrea, how much you spend? I don't, not you yourself, but Jesse spent invested in you, maybe 1,500, at least 2,000 US dollar, right? It's a one year budget for one small community, right? It's a huge investment. Is it really worthwhile? Is it worthwhile to invest 2,000 US dollar for that 10-day event? What is the real impact? What is the real impact? And also, not to mention CO2, CO2 emission, CO2, So this we have to refund. That's why we prepare this briefing paper for reflection, reflection, and also somehow this. I'm not saying all IMCS members should engage, but we have to see whether if you want to do what is the reason? Is it value? Is there any the value? Is it beneficial for the movement? So the big question we need to raise now, before we decide how to engage.
It was question for us to actually by Laity. It was the questions before we
left. And the first one, I was very happy because we worked with the youth ICO. Remember the youth ICO at the time, and we had very good, very well-planned programs in which we have our own program within the World Youth Day that was including exposition at the university. So we work with the university in Italy, and we work with some other groups so that we could have expositions on. At the time, it was before the internet and everything. So we had the expositions of the activities of the youth movements with the with the publications, etc. And then we invite the university students to come and have discussions with us. And it was very useful. We had about 100, between 100 and 200 students coming.
That means you went there to organize the event for.
We don't really care about the program, official program. We organize our own program.
Your own program.
Our own program with the youth ICO, with MISARC, YCS, etc. So that we organize it and we collaborate with the university so that the university will announce it. And then they can organize certain things. So that's the first thing. In Toronto as well. In Toronto, we tried also to be to have our own program. So we have our own full program every day. There's mandatory program. So we joined the mandatory program like in 2000 with Jubilee with the Holy Door. Door can be holy, just imagine. The Holy Door, and we open and we look at the opening of the Holy Door, etc. That's so-called mandatory and let's say touristic. Be happy with all these things, but we have our own program. Why not? So it's very interesting. In Toronto, for example, we collaborate with ARC International, and ARC International, ARC or whatever the name. I was invited to speak in front of 5,000 students. So it was really 5,000 students when there was some big famous people who spoke. I didn't know them before, and then I was one of the speakers, and then I spoke about MCS, about social justice, etc. So I think we need to be very creative in building our own program and our own exposure. So I think we have to be really focused and make it meaningful. Once again, I completely agree with you. It's expensive, and we have to be very responsible on the expenses. IMCS and the Youth ISO, we have our own delegation. Our own delegation, which are our activities together, we do things together, and then we come to the mandatory. So that's why when we have this gathering and sleeping on the grass for that, let's say that's the festival. Just the festival to see old men saying a mass, and why not? And then we have our own discussions, and then we met with other people and sharing. And it's also for me the sleeping in the evening in the open space is also a moment to share individual to individual with other people. So I met with people from Switzerland, from Germany, and having discussions, etc. It was also a beautiful moment, that people come with their flag, with their food, with whatever. That's the last day. But be ready that in the 3, 4, 5 days before, organize our own events.
Andrea, 2003 in Lisbon, was there any events the name of Pakistan during the Lisbon? There's no. So was there any Pax Romana event, public event, where the IMCS members can participate in Lisbon?
Pax Romana event, I'm not quite sure. I didn't hear of any Pax Romana event Lisbon. I heard of Days of the Diocese that was going on, and also there are other different orders of priests that have their separate a little something similar to Majis, but Pax Romana not specifically. Anselmo, you're not audible.
Not really publicly to publicly organize.
So that means the previous international they attended.
Yes, they attended, and we sent many volunteers from the European countries, and they get together and they organize something by themselves. But it was not part of the World Youth Day. Yes, with them together. So they hosted our volunteers from different countries, and they organized together. And also, it's very difficult to catch those who are coming from different countries during the World Youth Day, because they have their own program, they have their own pilgrimage, and they're staying in different family, as I know. And this is what they have their own program, and they don't have time to join other events with other organizations.
Since Andrea need to leave for school, may I ask Andrea, what is your suggestion? What Pax Romana can do, nationally and internationally about World Youth Day 2027? As well, it can be ICAF, IMC Asia Pacific, or global. Can you give some suggestions how from now, how we can engage, what to do? And is it worthwhile to go to Korea after your experience?
After my experience at the personal level, for me, I feel that it is worthwhile for the youth to experience Pax Romana and then World Youth Day. What we can have starting from now this year is we can have various awareness via discussions. So we can have more action-oriented planning, like what we're having similar right now, and involve more youth in that, where and have not just sitting down sessions where it is a one-way communication, but have more like a hands-on doing experience. So what happens is youth, when it's one way, they are not really receptive to the ideas that are given by the speaker. But when they are doing something, what happens is they learn by doing. So in that way, we can inspire the youth to also actively pursue global causes for leading up to World Youth Day. We can also have like a mass movement that we can create via this, where it is also going to be visible more at the international level. So that also indirectly helps with publicity, where the other youth who are not really aware of the IMCS also learn about it and get to know about it and get motivated to join and be an active part. We can also have a more active social media platform at more at the national level as well as the international level about the IMCS, where we have engaging content via maybe Instagram reels or YouTube shorts or different themes. Maybe we can pick a theme for a month and have a various related material posted, and we can engage, we can delegate the task to maybe one particular country. You take up this week, this month, but maybe, and you put engaging content from your side on this platform. We can also have like a global maybe screening, film screening or something where youth online join to view that particular film and also then have a discussion regarding the film. It can be any sort of film relating to our Catholic faith or various social issues, which also helps build awareness with the youth. I understand that there are various economical and environmental factors that pose as a hindrance for youth to be a part of it, but we can connect virtually, where also it doesn't have really the same amount of impact, but to some extent it does help put forth the message across. We can also have a mentorship sort of program where senior members or experienced professionals can guide us youth in various things leading to the world today, like spiritually. Having a spiritual guide is really important for youth. And if we have no one to look up to at a personal level, it's something like we're just left hanging. And then, therefore, the impact is not much. So we can do these various things starting from now, leading up to World Youth Day. Mainly, you know, expressing and sending forth information on social justice for young youth and also learning about the social doctrine of church is really important for youth of today. And if we start now, it will have a greater impact leading to World Youth Day.
The very useful tips about how we can participate and what to do from now. And you mentioned about the Catholic social teaching or doctrine, how we can also use this opportunity to promote the practice of the Catholic social teaching. Thank you very much. Actually, of course, you are most welcome to stay on, but feel free to leave, if you go to school. So we'll continue our discussion. Thank you once again, Andrea, for your contribution.
Anselm only.
Okay, let's continue. Yeah, Chins now.
Hello, Anselm.
One here was really organized the World Youth Day event. The 1996, except for to those who
No,
have
sorry,
been
the
in
Manila was 1995, right?
1995.
That time you were working where?
I was with the Bishops' Conference.
Bishops' Conference,
So
wow.
I was the right hand of the Chief Executive Officer of the World Youth Day.
Mhm.
So there are many ways of engaging, but right now we also organized a pre-World Youth Day event in 2007 in Australia. We had a Green World Youth Day program. So there are many ways. In IYCS and other groups, they do a side event and they will just openly invite their own people, or just by word of mouth say you come to this place because all of the YCS people will be gathering. But that's not official. If you want to make a difference, you can organize an official pre-World Youth Day event and make it like Gaudium, it's Spes, whatever. And do it with IMCS core team and target those that are non-aligned. What do you mean by non-aligned? Those that are going just because they have the money or the parish doesn't have so much agenda. Because we have to understand that the Jesuits have a Magi's program before that. The La Salle universities, all the big universities will have their own program and they will go to that particular program. That is together with the pre-World Youth Day event or sometimes during the World Youth Day program. But you can have a lot of so-called interesting attendees who are looking for this is recorded, not so religious thing. Like in Australia, one person wrote to the Diocese of Melbourne and to the key organizers and asked, is there an event that is specific for environment? So they just grudgingly accepted us because we are the only ones offering an environmental event. I think we can do something with along the line of social development goal or something like that. And people can actually join us. And this will not be seen, this is not going to be seen with animosity with the organizers, because this is done before the event. During the event, that is also another time wherein you can have a reunion with other people. There are groups that are always like the key groups that will be invited, like Teze will have another big group, and they can always tell, like, people in the movement who have been to Teze, like I was invited to come and co-organize, just like how you were doing. What else? That these are the two things that are important. And so you need to make a balance between making a really parallel event without telling the organizers of the World Youth Day, or working alongside with them and saying that we are your friends and we can offer this event. And most of the time, events that we organize are willingly accepted because they cannot do it. Thank you. Yeah.
During the diocese level, national level World Youth Day, usually the last week of November. Anyone? Any experience?
It's just a duplication of what is in the World of Day. So World of Day is for mass and
There's a once every 4 years. I'm talking about the annual diocese level November.
that was when
We means the Philippines.
we are very active then. And sometimes they don't like us sometimes because we often look at you're using so much plastics and all of those things, but they like us also because we make ourselves useful. You make yourself indispensable as key organizers of the event. Have you been active? If ICOs is not active internationally, there is a group of AYICO in Asia, and that is also going down up to the diocesan level. And if you will take on one activity or one committee, then automatically your group will be given a recognition. And that's one way. So most of the time, it is a copy of the international event where in one night, people will not sleep and do all of those praising, worship, and whatever. But you can also, this is where when you are friends with the organizers, you can get yourself to be invited as a speaker. But these are like really very big events, but you can have a very, very special event wherein people will fund you. And we have the formula of 60% of the funding. Now, like if you target 200 people for an event, 40 will be, for example, scholars of IMCS, and the rest will be open. And you can tell your own respective dioceses that if you haven't done anything yet with if you don't have any plans yet where to go for the pre-event, you can consider joining our program. Yeah.
My question is, what is the impact? What is the follow?
Like every year, and we have 8 dioceses. So within 8 dioceses, a lot of people, like sometimes it's 700, 600 with fathers, sisters, bishop, archbishop. We gathered together and at the program between 3 or 4 days, and lot of activities have been done there. And after the program, there get group discussions with different kind of group also, then another kind of group discussion within diocese, so that we can what we will going to implement for next year. And we have to submit the report after 1 year, and we have to show our like what we have done the last previous year. So there is responsibility for us, or so we have done what we are going, because through all of discussions, through all of activities, the donors or any kind of activities took initiative. So okay, we can continue the process, we can donate more, or the activities is not good also. So this kind of national program is and there is also sub programs under NOID, like a diocesan program, parish program. So it's always all over the year, it is continue.
Okay, thank you very much. You know, this session is very practical in the sense we are also our education is really worthwhile, you know. And then, or how can you make him, you know, meaningful or worthy of investing our time and energy, which means how can it be part of our strategy, you know? Not as event. I had a feeling, you know, the main event as a personally, okay, good, you know, very interesting experience, but it's really value for money, you know. So what is the real impact on the movement in terms of, you know, long term, you know? So that's that question we need to answer. You know, otherwise we are just following another event. Okay, if money, I go. If no money, I don't go, you know. It's a kind of, you know, usual. As so that's why we need to learn more about why it started, history, what is the impact, what are the limitations, and so on, so that we can make a strategic decision. So now let's collect some tips, you know. What is your suggestion? What is suggestion about coming World Youth Day 2027? But before this year also, we have a World Youth Day. You know, the Jubilee at the same time, November, you know, November every year, next year also. So what is your suggestions about how IMCS or your movement make use of this World Youth Day process, you know? Not only event, you know? Any?
I think it depends on every country, you know, the specific, the local thing. For example, for 2027 in Korea, I'm already working with a priest from Perth. Nearly every year he organizes pilgrimages to Rome, Israel, places like that, right? He makes money out of it, you know?
Makes money, he makes money for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, the people pay. I mean, the people pay.
Yeah.
Yes, the people pay. So, for example, I don't know, this is our discussion, you know, could we, for example, get 100 Australians, young Australians, to go to World Youth Day? We budget in the budget, we have to fix a figure, you know, let's say $100 per person. So we get 100 person there, we budget, so we have $10,000 profits. Secondly, everything is paid for already in Korea, you know, so because part of the package of the World Youth Day, we don't have to organize infrastructure, everything is there. What we have to organize is the side event, you know. Third issue is, well, actually for Australia, it doesn't matter, easy to go to Korea, no problem with the visa. But for example, when we did the one in 2008, one reason we want, but we knew we cannot get the visas for the young people, you know. So the way we got the visas was through World Youth Day. We piggyback on World Youth Day, right? And therefore, all the different embassies, they heard about World Youth Day. The people are coming as official delegates for World Youth Day. Not everybody's successful, but most people are able to get the visa because they can apply under the heading of World Youth Day. This was one big advantage. We could never have organized a YPD in Australia without World Youth Day because the government would refuse the visas.
Okay, Kins, any explanation tips?
Personally, if it's really just World Youth Day, it's not worth going. It can be a very personal experience. And yeah, but one of the good things is very few people can go to Korea, and young people knows Korea because of K-pop. But you have so much to offer when it comes to and learn from, like how you can actually stand up for truth and organize yourself. You can bank on that type of culture. The how to call this, the social justice culture of Korea is one aspect that can be offered. One of the reasons why I say it's not really worth going is because there's not much preparations that's happening. In the Philippines, we really started, and I advocated, thanks to the movement experience, that I advocated that before the World Youth Day event, all of the dioceses and all of the parishes will really prepare content-wise so that it will drum up to the big event. But we cannot tell Korea do this like what we did. And of course, the context is very different because it's a Catholic country. But this is one way that the movement can actually do very simple documents. Like, what is the meaning of, take from the theme and show to others that we are actually, even if very few of us are going, we are serious at preparing for it. Not because the church is telling us to do so, but most of the time I notice that the themes of the World Youth Day is very inclusive and somehow relatable to the young people. And that's one of the things that we can also look into. And also perhaps look at the events that's happening that AMCS is supposed to do, and then maybe just put one activity prior to the event. So you have one reason, all the more reason to join. Thank you.
You have any suggestion?
Not now.
No. What, next year?
In 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Pass.
One, I'll try to be short. When I was in the movement, I didn't really know what is cardium, SPS. I didn't know. No, I didn't know that. Catholic social teaching was a jargon, like peace. But what does it mean? We didn't know that much, you know. So, because Andrea also mentioned about Catholic social teaching, the social doctrine of the church, etc. I think what we can do as well is to give a little bit of Catholic social teaching 101 toward the young people. How many of you have read Gaudium et Spes? None, no? We talk about Gaudium et Spes. How many of you have really studied Laudato Si? Yeah, old generations. No? Fratelli Tutti. Tutti Frutti, maybe yes, but Fratelli Tutti, not that many. So I think that is also an opportunity for us, to provide key Catholic social teachings that help us as IMCS Pax Romana, as young people, so that we will understand what does it mean Catholic social teaching 101 done by young people. Maybe we can have assignment, like the movement in Bangladesh will learn about Gaudium et Spes. Study it. And how do you understand that? What is the relevance of that Catholic social teaching to you? Not ask the old people lecturing. Because otherwise, when the tendency when we, the elder generation, speak, the young people will be enthusiastic to listen, but not to give feedback. So if it is learned by the young people and shared with other young people, students, then people will understand it better. Like guiding way to read Gaudium et Spes and share, and how Gaudium et Spes is relevant to the movement in Bangladesh, how Laudato Si is relevant to the movement in the Philippines, and so on and so forth. And then the sharing among the young people instead of lecturing. That's what we call as catechism, but catechism in a more modern way, more inclusive way, that we can do toward Seoul. And in World Youth Day, once again, I agree with you all, make it meaningful in a sense that making an exchange between, I don't know, the marginalized people in Busan with us. but it has also to be equal, learning from each other, you know. And then also going to demilitarized area with the Koreans. What does it mean for you? Because for us, I mean, it means nothing, but it is something. And then we can relate again with the teaching of the church, like the message of the Pope for the Jubilee, spending less for militarizations, that sort of thing. What does it mean? So there are certain creative way so that we can give meanings to that and trying to understand. And when possible is young people sharing with other young people, not older generations teaching the young people. The older generations, we can accompany and guide to some extent, but it has to be done by young people to young people, students to students. You know.
You see, all youth day is not for all youth, but for youth, right? So you cannot send, right?
I don't know. I mean,
Because there are two types.
yes.
All the youth. The other one is for the youth. So you cannot play that pattern which is for
Vatican style is always for the youth. Just this is also the criticism to Vatican. I was part of the preparatory committee. The two of them, I was part of the preparatory committee, and we are students at the time. I was young, no? But what does it mean? It means that the Vatican does everything. We just sit there and listen, and it was felt like preparatory committee by the young people. You know, among one of the 100 people invited, we didn't do anything.
okay. Let's go on as one. Tips.
For I have no experience in World Youth Day, but I have experience of other types of this type of gathering, and I agree with you. It's the question of, is it worthwhile? What's the impact after that, and what's the sustainability after the event? And I think we have lots of opportunities here. I mean, this mission has the strong presence in different countries, at least for those present here in this room. And I agree with what Keynes and also what Mas Budi said, that we have to make the meaning of this event ourselves, and it's sharing of from young people to young people is it's a good entry point. And one thing, since you asked, do you have any suggestion, any ideas? So one thing that came to mind was, you have the strong presence. I think this movement can define its own mission in the World Youth Day, and it's the presence of, I'm not saying so it will be competitive or through selection, but there should be some selected people to go there, not just because of their because they know the bishops or they know Anselmo. No, because of their quality, and they should be there to present. And it's like a TED talk. It's like in the global platform for disaster risk reduction, there's an Ignite stage where you have 15 to 20 minutes to say an innovative thing from your side, and it's open for public, and you create the learning yourself. So you're not only relying or depending on the huge agenda of the World Youth Day, and then sometimes you got lost somewhere. So I think it's worthwhile also for this mission, for this movement, to think about what kind of learning that you want to create there. And I think because we have a good representation also here from Korea, you have a strong presence also there in Korea. I mean, somehow you can influence that, we can create this, create that, and also invite others to come, that the IMCS has something to offer for the learning.
One minute suggestion tips. Share your idea.
Um, um, in this case, World Youth Day or different type of program, personally, I'm interested, but as there is a limited quota or limited, maybe there can be a slot for even individual more active and more participatory mentality can come and join.
I think one suggestion I can make from the previous experience is national movement. We're not aware of what Pax Romana is doing in the WYD. That's one of the questions that I raised during when I was in Nepal. So I think we should provide a platform, or we should conduct workshops and study sessions where we can guide them. Okay, Pax Romana, there will be the Pax Romana, so you can connect with them. I think we need to create a roadmap so that they can get connected with the people who are engaged in WID, like from Pax Romana only, then we'll be able to connect them with the regional and then international, like Pax Romana IT, otherwise, like, because there is a gap between and the national, all the national movement, I think, like, I hope that they are doing their own, like, a national level World Youth Day. For example, in Nepal, we have, like, okay, once a year, youths are gathering together for 3, 4, 5 days. And that's also considered as like NCYM, but they call it like national gathering, national youth gathering. That's also one of a part of showing that, okay, we are organizing something for youths. But we also need to find a connection of how we can build this localized World Youth Day, I mean, localized youth conference with the World Youth Day, so that student will be able to digest some of the things that, okay, they are part of the World Youth Day, or if they are attending the study session or workshop, they are being part of the preparation in order to be in the WYD. So there's kind of like some kind of connection we need to build so that a student will understand the roadmap that they are being in the regional and then international level. So, and then there are other things, like there are always the complications of our finance and everything. So I think regional level, we need to set I mean, some kind of deadline. So if some national movement, they want to recommend some students for WID, then accordingly we have to kind of like strategize our financing and everything, so that somehow they can send many students, like I mean, get funding from different organization, different tiger strategy and other things, I think.
Yes. Or did, yes.
Was why? And also, how can you approach? How can you Pax Romana? Why you? I can your idea.
Actually, we first I work in BCSM with the connected BCSM and church, and we are very active in activities, all activities, church activities. There's
Why do you keep? You think about it, okay?
Okay. Actually, I have no idea about the World Youth Day because I'm really this news for me because I didn't participate anything of this event. But while listening to all of you here, your suggestion, I think, yeah, we need to take part and like mainly know what we can do. I mean, giving the meaningful impact for the program, and also what can the program offer to us as part of the student movement who will participate for the W Youth Forum. And we need to start from now, and for 2027 it will be your country will be host, right? So maybe so let's see and figure it out, and let's check, I mean, how can we participate, and how much it will give us impact for our movement. I think this.
No, because it's not that I am saying I like to see some I like to see what can we do. I think very important.
Maybe imagine the two campaign, something like that.
Yeah, you can discuss. Yeah.
Okay, for me, I never have experience, but one suggestion that I want to give is maybe we use the World Youth Day in Korea to campaign our Laudate Si action, like using recycled materials for souvenir and organizing tree planting activities as a collective action of faith. And then I agree with what Mas Budi said, like as a youth, we we don't like so much if the older people teach us, but maybe in World Youth Day in Korea, the committee have to having a interfaith dialogue to dedicate session that bring together youth different religion to discuss shared values of peace, unity, and steward of creation. Yes. Because I just searched the World Youth Day. Its activity covers spiritual, culture, and social aspects.
This is the second time in Asia, the first time in Manila. But it's the first time the Catholic minority country. The first time. Christian minority country. First time. So meaning the interfaith dialogue is done in terms of what's that. Okay, Lucia?
For me, I also don't have like experience what you did and then any suggestion, but I want to say that it's really meaningful program because at least small things when we attend in person, it's also have a small impact. Like I meet you here. It's like it's different with meet you in online. So um when attend in person, maybe we cannot see like short term impact, but long term, maybe someday we can have like impact after that sometime and also action. So one thing about that is really important. And then the second, I agree with Paula, make the program like interesting things. For example, like the speakers, maybe we can ask youth speaker and then maybe famous speaker so they interest to join. And then the second maybe a suggestion like not too straight, like yeah, like Kim said, not too religious, but I mean like make it like youth, yeah, like youthful interesting activities. That's all. Thank you.
Oh, no, just 10 seconds until maybe from you know, if we want to do a side event, especially events, let's say photos of world development, could we develop a partnership with Caritas Asia, Caritas International, you know? Because, for example, I know the Catholic development agencies, for example, in France, CCFD, they're very worried. They lost the youth, you know? It's a big generation gap between CCFD, which is baby boomer generation, and now they have no way, they don't know how to reach young people. So anyway, I just put as a suggestion, could we look at how we could partner with some of the development organizations?
I have another information. Like, I don't know, the route. Thailand is very popular. Chiang Mai is very popular. Some countries will stop over in another country, especially if the World Youth Day is held in a rich country. So we can consider having IYTC as a host place and do not do away with speaking. You can have like day 1 will be a trek to Doi in Tanong, and day 2 will be going to an indigenous people and letting them learn all of those things. And then after 2, 3, 4 days, it's more experiential. It's a money earner for IYTC. You can bid to dioceses that this place can actually host like 300 young people, take a photo of the place, and then it's lesser. And that is very secure. That's what's happening 2 weeks before, even before or after World Youth Days. Make IYTC as a place to be. Yeah. Thank you.
On your inputs, maybe you know, this afternoon, we have a session about Parks Jubilee campaign. But Jubilee, because of this year is 2025, 2027, we use some parks because we have two organizations. They share the name of parks, you know, there's a Parks Christi and Parks Romana. So idea is to organize a peace event, you know, it can be main or it can be, you know,
the side event, so that both the Pax Romana and also youth of the Pax Christi and other organization can join. We organize ourselves, something like that. You know, there was a basic idea, but key point is, personally, I'm not interested in what you say at all. You know, because it's elite. Those who have so-called MF scholarship, mother and father. You know, those who are lucky enough to have rich family or rich parish or good connection with the bishops, or good connection with the religious congregation, they get the chance. You know, they get the chance. You know, for instance, in Korea, we have a lot of migrant workers from many countries. They are young. Are they welcome? Are they welcome to World Youth Day? No, these all elites, middle class. You know, that's why I'm very cynical and critical of this World Youth Day. You know, this another, to show big. Do you think Jesus will be really happy? No, I don't think so. You know, I don't think so. You know, but my dilemma is I cannot stop. I cannot stop. You know, so if you want to engage, we need to have a really our own agenda. Make it value for money, make it meaningful. You know, make it meaningful. You know, it can be pilgrimage. You know, it's a real issue. You know, not only show. You know, because that's a fundamental question. So we need to ask, before you engage. You know, of course, young people, it's good, you go there and a nice experience, that's fine, But if you attend as a movement, you need to have a clear objective and mission, because somebody has to pay, for our trip. We don't expect students used to pay themselves. It's impossible. Can you imagine 2,000 years old, how they can make? Even myself was very difficult, right? Yes, that's why, and also CO2, CO2. So we are increasing so much, the tourism and so on and so on, So these are the food for our thoughts. Before you plan anything, we have to always keep that in mind, why we are, why is this way, right? Okay, so let's continue to our discussion. Thank you for your contribution, and let's have a break. Next session will be the now Synod, Synod. We have 2 speakers. Thank you. See you soon. Again. Now today he's at home this Saturday. Yeah. How come President here but you are not here? President going home, you come here. Let's exchange. Unmute, John. Unmute.
No, John's very soft person. Really very. Yeah. Little bit.
Hi, John.
Okay, so let's begin. So welcome back to the session. This session is the 3-2. Session about synod. As you know, there are many synods. I remember when I was working for ICMICA, Asia, it was 1997. There was a synod on Asia, Synod Asia. And then we organized, Kinsey, at that time you were in Rome that time? Yes. So hard to get a visa. Yeah, so we organized in Bangkok a forum about synod on Asia. And also we brought about 10 or 15 people to Rome to lobby, bishops. So whenever they enter the room, Budi, you were there, right? No, yeah. Stefan? No. I remember Rajkumar and then some, so we went there, together. And then we monitor every day, like a UN meeting, what people were saying, and we give the note, please intervention for dear intervention, and so on and so on, So there was so after that, 2019, we have a synod on youth, right? Synod youth. And now synod on synodality. These are historically Asia, youth, and synodality. Synodality. Sorry? Amazon. Okay, there's of course there's more Latin America, but as far as Asia is concerned, we have synod on Asia, synod on youth, and now synodality. Okay, So this is a very, very important the topic. So we need to really pay maximum attention to this one because there will be a lot of not only content from Synod, but Stefan is full of ideas, too many ideas. You know? So we need to, I want to get as many as possible, translate his idea into the program of IYTC. You know? That's why we invite him. You know? Okay, Stefan.
Do I need my video?
Lower left.
Okay.
Lower left.
No, you are already here.
Already?
Yes.
So can you hear me now? So can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I put also in the chat this presentation, so you can follow it. You can download it and watch it yourself now or later. So the first point is you know, well, we're lay people and we're lay movements. What does this mean for us? But first of all, we have to see, well, what is synodality? Okay. Well, actually, this could be a whole course by itself, but this is a little summary. Actually, this is an AI-produced summary of what is synodality. But actually, it's very good. It really gets the main points here, you know. It's a path that Pope Francis has proposed for us. And basically, the basis of it is listening, prayer, dialogue, and discernment. So it's a way to carry out those different things. And also the idea is to renew our mission and to renew ourselves with the Holy Spirit. So making the church more missionary. So I think this is, in one way, this is not new, but at the same time, it's what the meaning of synodality is, how Pope Francis understands it and why he proposed it. And of course, as I say, it's said there too, one of the key points for the development of synodality is dialogue between clergy and laity, and also an emphasis on lay participation, also ecumenism, collaboration, these different points that are there. One important point, which is last down at the end there, which for Pope Francis is very important. For him, actually, Anselmo used the expression, like the Synod on Synodality was like this Third Vatican Council. The Second Vatican Council, I know nobody was born then except for me and Anselmo, but it was, the Catholic Church only has a council every 200, 300, 400, 500 years. So even if it happened in 1962 to 65, in the Church's thinking, it's still recent. And if you look at the Vatican II documents, a lot of them are still not implemented or not implemented properly. So this is why Pope Francis talks about synodality has to be inspired by what the teaching is of the Second Vatican Council. But the big question for us is, what does that mean for us specifically as lay people? You know, we say lay participation, and even more specifically as lay movements. So I got 5 points here. I think I cannot talk about them all, but you can look at the slides later and get some ideas. But I think it's important to understand the historical development of the lay apostolate and the lay movements, because it's new and it's not new. Anyway, I'll go through these 5 points here with a few different slides. What I wanted to say is that the old part, the long-standing part, actually in one way lay movements are not new. They go back to medieval times, even Roman times. But what comes back again and again is the tensions between clergy and laity. You always see the same dynamic coming back. Lay people start to organize, the church gets a little bit nervous, and then they'll repress, and the whole process starts all over again. And you see this already in the medieval time with the Knights Templar and all sorts of things. But then we come to the modern time. You know, for us, that means since the Industrial Revolution and the Democratic Revolution. You know, the church before was the hierarchy, and now suddenly in America, USA, we talk about the people. And the French Revolution, everybody's equal, the rights of man. It gives a new way of thinking, which also the church has to respond to. And the second big thing of the 19th century was the Industrial Revolution. a lot of emergence of a lot more poor people, working class people, and these two big revolutions of the 19th century required a response from the church. So the first big response was, in the early 19th century, the church has to make a new alliance with the poor, not just with the kings. It used to be the way the church would have an alliance with the King of France and all these different kings. Now the idea came, which has come to Vatican II, the church should ally itself with the people and with the poor. But it took 150 years for this idea to get into the Vatican documents. And you can see some of them. We know Frederick Ozanam, the founder of St. Vincent de Paul, democracy is the gospel, the church must go over to the working class. And importantly, Ozanam was one of the first to say lay people have a specific role. So again, these ideas is not recent, but it takes a long time for these ideas to develop and come into the church. And even we see lay movements start to come in the 19th century. And interestingly, in the 19th century, they were all lay-led movements, like St. Vincent de Paul. But the same problem happened again. By the end of the 19th century, all these lay people are getting organized, and the hierarchy starts to get very nervous. So what happens? In 1905, Pope Pius XI in Italy, he launches Catholic Action. And the idea was to put all these lay initiatives under hierarchical control. So you can see there, this is the model of Italian Catholic Action, a non-political lay organization under the direct control of the bishops. To some extent, it's evolved since then, but I went to the office of Italian Catholic Action about 18 months ago, and they invite me to come and have a chat. They invite me to the office where the bishop has a big, huge armchair. So it's kind of symbolic, you know. Italian Catholic Action is always under the hierarchy. It's a model of a clerically controlled movement. I'm not saying it's bad, but this is what the model is. And then the big pope that pushed this idea was Pope Pius XI. He was elected pope in 1922, and he had this idea of lay people participating in the apostolate. Sometimes he said of the hierarchy, and sometimes he said of the church. But you see, it's the hierarchy still in front, you know? Now look at that date, 1922. What happened 1 year before? Pax Romana was started 1 year before. So this is one of the reasons, probably maybe Ansama might have a different, I don't know what Ansama's idea is, but for me, this is one of the reasons why Pax Romana has never seen itself as a Catholic action movement, specifically in the sense of Pope Pius XI, because actually it started before Pius XI. So this is important to understand in the context of the relations and the ideas of the different movements. What happened next was the other movements start to emerge. And many, for example, the young Christian workers, they didn't like this idea of hierarchically controlled. So they started to develop a new idea of specialization, lay-led movements, but they still had to go under the framework of Catholic Action because that was Pope Pius XI's big idea. And you see the end of, these dates are important. I'll come back and talk about these dates later. Notice those dates. All these movements started in the 1920s and they spread around the world. The plus side was they spread because Pope Pius XI had this idea of Catholic Action. The downside was there was tension between the hierarchical control and lay autonomy. But this is the idea, you know, we can start it, but they were not under the direct control of the bishops. That is one of the big differences with the Italian idea of Catholic Action, and we have lay leadership structures. It's very important to understand, you know, our idea of what specialized Catholic action should be. And the chaplains have a different role. Their role is not to direct everything, not the managers. They are there as chaplains, a bridge to the church, helping us in our reflection, different things like that. Even so, the church evolves in its understanding. You know, Pius XI talk about participation in the apostle of the hierarchy. Pius XI goes one step further and he says, lay people collaborating with the hierarchy. John the 23rd goes even further and he says, lay people cooperating with the hierarchy. So each step is becoming more equal. And you see, John the 23rd is just before Vatican II. The other big idea that come out of the lay movements, the bishops are talking about their apostolate of the bishops and of the church. In counterpart to that, the lay movements start talking about our lay apostolate, exactly like Ozanam did in the 19th century. We have a specific lay apostolate. And these ideas develop into tension between the two models of Catholic action, the Italian kind of model and the specialized model, which was initiated by the Young Christian Workers and Joseph Cardine. This would become a big tension across the beginning of the 20th century. And it sort of come into Vatican II. And there was a big battle inside Vatican II. We sometimes think this Vatican Council, everything was all nice and the bishops agreed on everything. In the end, they did. But there was a lot of battle inside. And if you look at the Vatican Council documents, you can see our movements, basically our ideas, were incorporated into the Vatican II documents. So you can see in the different documents there, again, this is a course of study. You know, maybe we can develop a study here at this centre on these documents. And it came because at Vatican II, the movements had a presence. Most of the lay auditors at Vatican II came from ICMICA, many of them, very key people, Rosemary Goldie, Ramon Sugrañez, all from ICMICA, many others from the Young Christian Workers and other lay movements. This is how they got their ideas into Vatican II. So we don't have time to go into all the details, but you can see the idea very clear in Vatican II. Lay people we have our own mission. And there's even also recognition of our movements. You know, if you look at Apostolicam Actuositatem, there's supposed to be a special secretariat in which our movements have a place. This is one of the things from Vatican II that's never been implemented. It's said, you can read it, the text yourself, number 26, lay movements should have a part in the new Vatican Secretariat. Never until today, never been implemented. Now, you can have a look at this later, but you can see the trends developing over the 20th century. First of all, the big idea is Catholic action under Pope Pius XI, starting to go down by Vatican II, partly because the counterpart is the idea of lay apostolate, and our movements are pushing this idea of lay apostolate. You see, by the 60s, the idea of lay apostolate there is very strong. Now, what happens, and the idea of specialized Catholic action, but what happens after Vatican II? I'll leave this sort of slide for later. Yeah, now we move to the Vatican II trends. What happened since then? A lot of different things happened, and I'll just give you little flashes of the different trends that come after. First of all, the thing that happened, especially in the English-speaking countries, the idea of lay apostolate went down. You can see how it goes down. The blue one goes right down. In the meantime, comes up this idea of lay ministry. You know, lay people must read the gospel and read the readings on Sunday and must do something in the church. This is all internal, and the idea of lay apostolate almost disappears. It's incredible. Even though it was in Vatican II, it's disappeared. So this is the first big trend. Second thing, which is good and bad, before Vatican II, we talk about action, Catholic action. Since Vatican II, we start to talk about Catholic social teaching. We're teaching Catholic ideas, but are we acting? So this is another trend that's happened since the council. Third thing is the rise in the youth sphere of US-style youth ministry, very evangelical, much less social dimension. Also, in line with that is the rise of what they call the new ecclesial movements. But look at the dates. Remember the dates I told you about our movements from the 1920s? Most of these new movements, they are also nearly as old as our movements. So I don't know why we call them the new ecclesial movements, which implies that we are the old ecclesial movements, because it's not actually true. And secondly, most of them are founded, they say they're Vatican II movements, but actually most of them are founded before Vatican II. And I personally think a lot of their ideas are pre-Vatican II, but I don't want to discuss that today. But this is the trends that's happening in the church. In the last 30 years, the church puts the new ecclesial movements ahead of everybody else. And we'll see this is the Vatican evolution. You can see the same trends happening in the Vatican. 1967, they start the Pontifical Council of the Laity with people from Pax Romana, IYCS, IYCW in it. But even then it wasn't perfect. 1976, they changed the name, Pontifical Council for the Laity. Then we come to the new dicastery, and there's not a single person in the dicastery that comes from any of our movements. And definitely there's no representation. So you see, slowly our movements have been marginalized from the whole Vatican structures. And there's many other things, but I haven't got time to, I'll just mention them briefly. This is all going on at the same time as the critique and the condemnation of liberation theology, which of course, a lot of it comes from our movement. The famous one, Gustavo Gutierrez, first time I met him was in Pax Romana Congress in Assisi, very close to our movement. So it was a critique and a condemnation, marginalization of our movements. Even the bishops are struggling and fighting among themselves about this, especially Latin America, the more progressive versus the more conservative bishops. And this has great impacts over the time. I lost my page here now. Great, where do I look? Specialised Catholic action. Oh, it's gone back too far. Sorry. Yeah, rise of the new ecclesial movements, Vatican II evolution, critique of Vatican II, battle among the bishops. And in 2008, Buddy knows this, there was the International Catholic Organisation, the lay organisations. The Vatican proposed that they be dissolved, and they were dissolved. So this is all part of this post-Vatican II trend. So this is why it's very important to understand this history when we start to talk about synodality, because the trend of the last 50 years or 60 years has been the marginalisation of our movement. So we cannot just start to talk about synodality, because we've been literally pushed out of the different structures of the church. There's many other factors as well. This also led to conflicts inside the development agencies. And what happens, we finally come to the Synod on Synodality last year. What happens? Whereas at Vatican II, there were 40 lay movements represented. In the Synod on Synodality last 2 years, only 3 movements are represented, and none of them are our movements. So this is the outcome of what happened over the last 60 years, you know? So we cannot just sort of suddenly arrive and say, hey, let's do synodality. We have to think about synodality as a response to these developments that have happened. We see before Vatican II, our movements with the social orientation are on the rise, start to have a lot of influence, impact Vatican II documents. After Vatican II, our movements decline, also because the church abandons our movements. And so slowly this has a great effect at international level in the whole church. So therefore, the big question is what do we do? How do we get back to our original ideas ourselves? How do we bring the church back? How do we have an impact in the church like we had at Vatican II? This is the big question that we faced. That's why last year with the MIACS, which is the International Movements of Specialised Catholic Action, we organised a conference in Rome. We were about 50 people there. All the movements were represented. I don't know if we had much impact on the Synod, but we were there, and I believe most of the delegates knew that we were there. So I think that was the first step. It's like Anselmo said, the idea actually came from Anselmo 30 years ago, doing the lobbying and the advocacy at the synods. That's why we organised that thing. So that was the purpose of it. But it's just one step. We have to find other steps and define them for the future. So personally, I just put a few down here because Anselmo asked me to give some concrete suggestions. One of the things is I think we have to renew our movements. Okay, we can't just blame everybody else that we are declined or that we've got problems. We have to study our movements ourselves and say, well, there's a new reality in the world today. You know, how is our movement responding to that reality? Second thing is I think we have to build our movement's capacity. And I think actually you're doing a very good job. IMCS especially developing this centre and the La Roche. Other movements are not doing this. So I think it's very important because how can you do anything with no physical capacity? The third thing, which has started, but it's really just the beginning, is promoting networking among ourselves. That is the MIACS, especially the MIACS. I'm not excluding others, but particularly among our movements that all started at a similar time with a similar idea. So this is the thing, strengthen the cooperation in the MIACS. Maybe in Asia, this could be one of the things that could be looked at. Next point is to reclaim our place in the church. If you look at the history of Vatican II, they don't speak about the contribution of our movements. So I think this is up to us to claim our place in history in the movements. That so much of the documents of Vatican II was putting on paper what our movements had fought for the previous 50 years. This means study. So this is things we need to study. We need an advocacy strategy, like Anselmo says. We need a media strategy. This is why it's good to be with young people. You already have the skills, you know, just need to be turned into a strategy. Know how to make TikTok, know how to make video, know how to make beautiful graphics. My generation, nobody knows how to do this. They have a hard time to make a Word document. But among the new generation, you have all the skills. But it needs to be turned into a strategy for defending and promoting our ideas. And the last point I wish to say is, I think it's important. I met some former YCWs from Malaysia like 10 days ago. Incredible commitment, whole life commitment to change, social action, Charles Santiago, I think he gave a talk. There was another meeting last week. And I think all of our movements in different countries have some similar history. We need to bring those people back, learn from them, you know, build on the work that they've done. Thank you very much.
He gave all the major points for our reflection and discussion. Before we open the Q&A, let me invite the presenter also to give us his ideas. He's from obviously Economica, a lot of ideas and the dreams. Appreciate your ideas and dreams now.
Okay. Thank you, Anselmo. Yeah, I think I was happy because here a story of Synodal that present Stephen very comprehensive, and it is valuable information, including for me, because if heard from presentation of Stephen, we know that actually since the contribution of lay movement is in Synodal is since long time ago, but now decline, but something to be our reflection. Well, my today I will present the near story, not about the long time ago, but reflection about the Synod 2021 until 2024 that I make a title of Making the Result of the Synod Reality. Well, some of I will share today is theme and who is the Synod for, and synodal process itself, Jakarta and Asia experiences, final document of synodal, and how to follow up fruits of synodal itself. Why I share this thing because as Budi said in the previous session that some people, the youth people, only knows the document but don't know what is the real and what is the concrete program can be do by themselves. Well, as we know that it's not changed. Okay. Theme of this synod, all of us know that there are three themes of the synod: is the communion, participation, and mission. It's try to it is try to synod to find its deepest roots of love and unity in the Trinity, and participation means that synod try to encourage all people from lay movement as well, and mission is how to introduce God mission for ourselves. And what is the difference this synod 2021 until now? Because in the synod, Pope Francis is inviting all the baptism. So if maybe some of you involving also the synods by survey in your bishop in your parish, based on experiences as a member of parish council, I see that I feel that lay people is more involving in the parish life, and I think it is one of the fruit of synodal itself. And I think Pope Francis, when inviting all baptism to participate in this synod, will be fruit as you know. Well, itself, the process divided by three people of God. As I said, that it's starting from the bishop level and the continental level, and bring to the Holy See. And the phase 2 is the discernment of the pastor, and phase 3 is the implementation itself. Well, I will share regarding Jakarta and Asia in synodal process. Yeah, as we know that Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia, is one diocese with 68 parish and with about 500,000 Catholics. And
3% of them has been participate will in the synod, and of course at the time by online survey, but it shows that the lay people involving in this survey seriously, and it showed the result that some of about 145 willing to writing their personal reflection, that they realized there are about 4 marginalized groups: LGBT, broken homes people with disabilities, and also with mental disorder as well. And Jakarta district have also eroded the culture of clerical with the decrease of dominance of pastor in decision making in the parish. Like I said that in Jakarta, pastor is not dominance in decision making in parish, and I think it is a good story from Catholic Church from Jakarta that I want to share to you all. And the church involvement in social political issue, the church is considered to more spec out, although it has not dared to be too large because.
Volume.
Thank you
Something
so
is
much.
wrong with the volume.
Yeah, as you know that Jakarta in the some we face some political issue, and Catholic Church involved in the social political issue, even though it's not there to be too lot. And other issue is the lack of involvement of young people is particular concern leadership training. So lack of the leadership training to young people is not only happen in regional or national international level, but in Jakarta as well. And Catholic in Jakarta tend to have a passive political life because, yes, you know, as a minority, yeah, for your inspiration, Indonesia is the biggest Muslim population. So we only about 8%. 3% of the population as a Catholic, and some it brings that Catholics in Jakarta have a passive political life, yeah. And as a minority group, social activities must continue to be encouraged as the most effective way to express Christian thought and virtue. Regarding social media, is also a potential platform that the church could leverage to disseminate or spread its voice. But on the other hand, social media is facing many challenges in order to minimize hoax and other negative news itself. And last, Jakarta, that the demand for the church to get out of the comfort zone. Several things that can be developed include a quick response to political problems, injustice, disaster, and so on. Apart from that, the need to build a life with neighbors increasingly needs to build increasing constructive communication in Jakarta. And from the continent, based on the Federation of Asia Pacific Conference in October 2022, we find there are some of ASEAN tension is about the in living synodality itself, in decision making, priestly vocation, women involvement, about youth, poor religion conflict, and also the clericalism. And the FABC also result 6 priorities respond in Asia. Some point are formation, inclusivity, hospitality, missionary, disciple, accountability and transparency, prayer and worship, and environment. Until in this space, in this point, we know that how all the product of synodality is related with lay movement itself. And the final document that is produced in 2024, that there are 4 parts. The first part is the heart of Synodality itself, how church as a people of God, sacrament of unity, try to explain this. And then part 2 on the both leader. Part 3, most interesting for us as a lay movement is the part 5 that named "So I Send You." I think it is a message for us as a movement. If we try to reflect all the process from the parish, bishop, continent until the Vatican, we can conclude some point. Number 1, Pope Francis has made synodality a hallmark of his papacy by involving the laity in the synodal process. I understand what Stephen said, that even though lay movement involving this, but actually it is with minimum lay movement can join during the synod itself in Vatican last year. Through this methodology of inclusive participation, the result of the synod will be better internalized and put into action by the laity. And number 2, we can also find that Catholics remain about 17.7% all global in the population. There's a growth in Africa about 2.1 and Asia 1.8, and the Europe increase was just 0.3. So we can see also that the future of, I believe the future of Catholic Church is from Africa and Asia. Number 3, the result of the Synod of Asia shows to challenge for the laity as they are being included to play a more active role. And number 4, the for a synodal church invite us to dialogue how laity can start. Yeah, just to remind us that actually laity are not the guests of the church. We are the executor of that mission. Yeah, and as lay movement, I propose that we can be actively involving in disseminating in the synodal result by promoting in our activity, our program, forum like this. Number 2 is take the essence of the synodal result to the workplace. So I think many fruit of the synodal is not about religious. It is about all about our life, our professional life, our responsibility in the community and also. Number 3, invite various interfaith cultural networks for synodal reflection, because I also see that all the synodal fruit is not about the Catholic value. It is a universal value that we can introduce to various interfaith or cultural as well. And number 4, how to strengthen the partnership with the hierarchy and other Catholic movement, because sometimes experiences in Indonesia, we have many Catholic movement, but we don't know, we have no collaboration each other. Yeah, so I think strengthen the partnership is also one of something that we do. Okay, except as a movement, I think we, all of us as a lay person, I will share for you a simple action that we can take, be an inspiration and hope for anyone by engaging the closest one. Yeah, how to more engage with the closest one, with our family, with our friends in work, in university, in community, in movement and others. Restoring broken relationship is also something that we can do as a recommendation of the synodal, because part of the synodal is how to restoring broken relationship with anyone, with friends, with our parents, with spouse and others. Having faith, of course, and the last is doing your part best, because again, synodality is not about really about clerical things, but it is also about our daily life. I think that's all for my sharing. Thank you very much, and let's we continue with some discussion. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. So
Okay. Yeah. Speak. Can. Can.
For now, because we have already listed some of the questions in the chat box. What is different and now that you can answer this question, then we can also do a round of discussion on this, in order to because it's very important. Okay, so let me just read out the chat box question for different and perspective so that
Volume not clear.
some reflection on it.
Shumon, voice is not clear. Shumon, your voice. Check your voice. The voice is not clear.
Okay, we had this question regarding the Synod of Synodality. Are there specific topics that should be emphasized in group participation in to ensure actionable outcomes? Because at the maybe maybe let's listen to both of our speakers to have a discussion on this question that solution of this. Maybe question would be like you may question that. Regarding the Synodality, are there specific topics that should be emphasized in youth participation in the work?
Mike.
It's not so much like the issues, it's more where Synodality is a process. It means a process of dialogue, a process of listening, So the question is, what your Synodality is, where do young people have that opportunity to present their conclusions? I think that's the big issue. I think
I don't know, it's a long time since I was involved in.
Still we can't hear.
ICW, but for example.
Hello.
The Asian level, I don't know what your relationship is with the FABC, you know, is there, what links do you have with the FABC? How are you bringing the youth concern?
I know that the FABC just recently are launching a synodal process for Asia.
Yes,
So I
now
think it's
it-
important
now
for, I
it's
would
clear.
suggest, you know, for IMCS to look, how can IMCS be involved in that process? I don't know if that's answering the question, but that's my suggestion.
Maybe with that answer, no, there is a comment. So since we once the second synod last year, MCS also made a statement. So if you can have if you can share your comments to this letter to that,
I mean, yeah, it's a good question. And someone asked me this before, but I didn't have time to include it in my presentation. Very hard to see with my eyes on the screen. Yeah, the screen not very good, not very bright. Hmm? Yeah, okay. I will just comment on the observations and suggestions. Okay, maybe you can. I'll look on the big screen. Can you roll it up? Who's controlling the screen? Can you go down to the comments area? Yeah. Well, I think this is true. I mean, it's well intentioned. We all agree it was well intentioned, but will it struggle to create meaningful change? Well, I mean, that is the issue. You know, how do we participate in it? How do we challenge the church? Because, like I said, until in the last 50 years, our movements, for various reasons, are sort of kind of on the edge, not necessarily on the outside, but we're on the edge. So how do we get back involved? How do we get the church to recognize, you know, IMCS should be a key participant in this. So I think if we want to have this kind of change, then we have to look for how we can achieve that. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a risk it can be very only symbolic, not substantive. But in theory, the process is open. In theory, as I said, it's based on the Second Vatican Council. And this is why I said, I think it's important we have to know the Second Vatican Council. I know it's before we were born, I know. But in church terms, it's recent. As Pope Francis said, the basis of synodality is the Second Vatican Council. So, of course, I know everybody in the parish group and even in the IMCS local university, they're not interested in it. But some of us have to be interested in it. You know, maybe this is a thing that this centre can organise some study sessions, because this is the basis of it. And like I was also saying in my talk, the whole idea of it's in the Vatican, the whole idea of the role of lay people is in the Vatican documents. But since Vatican II, it's been forgotten. This is part of the reason why our movements are seen as not so important. So we have to bring back that idea, and the basis we have for that idea is the church documents. So we have to know those documents. And then, you know, we have content. We have to find means for our voices. Like I said, we have to develop our own strategies for our publications. I know I already said in the group yesterday, there's so many skills here. How do we turn those skills into a strategy? You know, okay, it's good. We put on the IMCS Facebook page a few graphics about something, you know, that's good. That maybe reaches our network. But how do we go beyond that? How do we get our graphics, our points into the Catholic media? For example, as I also said in a group yesterday, there's two Asian Catholic media organizations. They split, but they're both in Bangkok, you know, just, okay, it's a few hours on the bus, but it's in Thailand. And I also shared the article yesterday, you know, 2 articles about Father Nipot's RTRC Center, you know, so this is in the Lycus News. So the opportunity is there. And I think, again, we have to develop a strategy. How can we get our message into those things. I also saw Father Jojo had an article in Lycus News website a couple of weeks ago. I'm not sure what date, but I saw his name on the website. So, you know, the opportunity is there, but do we have a strategy? Balbia was saying to me yesterday, you know, she wants to write stuff. Well, you know, maybe we have to get into a dialogue with Lycus News or you can use and say, how can we bring our message into the Catholic media? Because I think of all the regions, Asia has got 2 Catholic media services. So, you know, this is a big opportunity if we can get some kind of partnership or something to do with them. And then, you know, well, this kind of answers the question, you know, if we can recreate our links with the FABC, if we can start to develop contacts with the Catholic media in Asia, then, you know, we're going beyond the symbolic, you know, we see all the content we had in these last 3 days here. We have the content. We have to translate that content into media, into our publications to reach more people. That's my kind of commentary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Stephen, for your reflection. Yeah, this is really important that we also need to see how we find them. And inspiration that we give some voice from our youth. So what we did is that each month, each country took an initiative that they will publish at least something about the realities of the church, the local churches. That's how we really for the local challenges of the church. And then we bring it to the conferences of bishops so that they can have reflection on it. That's how we give our real scenarios to the conference. Only then the kind of a reflection or kind of like initiation or kind of like conventions can be made on the particular issues that local churches have faced.
Before I'm leaving, I would like to respond question from Lucia. What is the specific topic? Well, I'm interested with the last point of final document of Synod that that said that you I send so I send you. So it's mean there is a message that how to forming a people for missionary disciplines, discipleship. I mean, for you as youth, I think you also have prepare your professional life. You have to prepare your skill, your competence, because sometimes now youth only know the general, all general, but has no specific skills, specific profession. So after you are 40, you have no competence at all. That's, I think it's really happened in my friends. Yeah, some of my friends until 40 years old, they have no competence. So I think the message so I send you means that how God introduced us home. So many field can be do for you as youth, but the most important you have to make a special skill, special competence, and you will contribute in any field, in any network, and that's, I think that's one of the fruit of synodal that you can follow. That's all. Everyone, sorry, I have to leaving because my flight will at 2. Thank you very much for this opportunity during 3 years, 3 days, sorry, 3 days, Thursday until today. Happy to see you all. I hope this, CCF also have a fruits that useful for world and the church. Again, thank you very much and see you in the next forum, in the next session. Thank you all.
March and our internet, and all the participants are attending online in person and so. Yeah, there is always a time for this. There's always a space where we can give our voices. So thanks for your time.
So have a safe travel. We will, I mean, we are hopeful that we will have quality time together again.
I think. Thank you for the presentation and sharing. I think I was trying to get more information from Pak Pras, but he's leaving, so we can text later. But my question is there any example of the product or probably like something that's produced by the Catholic Church in any level, doesn't have to be in Rome, in Vatican, but probably in your diocese or in your parish, that is actually influenced by the Laity movement, by the students movement, regardless of the names, that is still used until now. And if there is one or probably two, how was the process, and is it still relevant for us to relive or to recall the process? Probably any examples from any countries.
It's a great reflection for us.
Maybe I can share a little bit on what I understand might not be what is out there in terms of publications. But I guess one of the let's say this one of the challenges that we have in our movement is that we don't publish, we don't write. So that's a real challenge. And ICMICA through the publications, what is the name again? I forgot. There is a call for paper on several occasions, but I don't think that there are many publications made on that issue. So this is also relates to what Stephen has explained us, that I think it is also very important for us to write, to publish. What we are doing is very, very important indeed. And one of the things that relates on that is that how to leave the Second Vatican Council is by, your presence here is a way for us to show that Second Vatican Council is still alive, and we are working on that. But again, it's not enough because we need to have strategy. So publications, writing is part of the strategy that we need also to be very much aware of. Media, as you mentioned, TikTok, etc. It is important, but it's easily forgotten. I mean, you published TikTok 3 weeks ago. It's good for the first 30 minutes, 1 hour, etc. It is important. I don't say that's not important, but it's not recorded. Whether we like it or not, to have a recorded in terms of publications and put it out there, it's quite important. Of course, publishing a book might be a struggle. You can ask from Stephen, but I think writing articles and put it out there and put it in on the record. I call it on the record. It's quite important. And there were many questions regarding young people just throwing idea. It might also be good for you guys or to write about what do you think in your own personal experience regarding the synodality process. And many of us are lost. Don't worry. If you're lost, don't worry. 98% of the Catholic Church are lost on this process. Already they're lost. But I think that is very important for us to remember that we need to live these processes, and each of us has a role. I'm one of the person who is very weak in writing. I have to be very honest. But I think the skill of writing as intellectuals, as students, it is very important. It's very, very important, and we are very weak at that. So look at the presentations of Stephen. I was part of that history. I was one of the witnesses when the ICO, the International Catholic Organization, was collectively killed. I was in the room. And now we have what we call as Forum of Catholic Inspired NGOs, which is Vatican-controlled platform. I attended 1 or 2 of the meetings in different capacities, and my organization, Franciscan International, wants to be excluded from that. And it was me who said, like, we have to be excluded from that group. Why? Because I think we are not lay movement. We are, I mean, Franciscan National is a lay movement because it's part of Franciscans, but we are lay movement. We are, lay run movement. But at the same time, for us, it's quite important as well that it is important to be independent from the structure. Not that we hate the structure, not that we hate the hierarchy, but I think in the spirit of Second Vatican Council, it is very important for us to be also critical, be part of the church as lay movement. And for the publications, for example, for us in Franciscan International, we do write publications. We publish a lot of reports, etc. That is very critical. Often we try to have the intersections as a Catholic movement or faith-based movement and as an international organization from the human rights perspective. So we do have the intersections on that, and we try to reflect it as much as possible. We publish the issue of on the issue of poverty, on the issue of climate change, on the issue of many issues, but we try to be part of that intersections. And I guess maybe, Stephen, this is how we live also our Second Vatican Council, is by putting one foot in the church and the other foot is in the public space. And I think there are more and more so-called NGOs by the religious congregations that try to live in that way. Maybe in your future academic writing, you can also make an analysis on that, because now there is despite the fact that the lay movements, the specialized Catholic action movements are decreasing, but if we look at at least from my very small perspective, the involvement with the UN processes, there is proliferations of the religious, religious congregations-based NGOs. There's a huge proliferations on that. And it's not lay 100%, but that's also the way I think we look at the things on how to be part of the world as Catholic, a part of the Catholic network. And many of us are lay-driven. So that's another thing that I would like just to put on the table as well as an experience. Thank you.
Yeah, refreshing the reflection of the only thing for us to document and focus, because I think if you can also mention that there is this like us news, they are doing publication of different initiations and different what we say different publications about the churches or what's happening in the churches and many other things. So we had a media workshop in Cambodia. So we had a short media course, but it's not only about the media course, but it's also part of a gathering of the indigenous youths there. So after the indigenous youths collective gathering there, so we kind of provided a framework for indigenous youths, how to promote their culture, how kind of like preserve their culture. So, but we also provided a reality, like what is the real scenario that indigenous youths or other especially like in the context of Nepal. So for Catholic students, most of them are from indigenous background. So how we kind of balance all these things, because if we see the scenario, sometimes indigenous culture, tradition, everything is kind of like contradictory to what we have in Catholic Church and everything. So how do we balance all those things? So we came up with a framework that it will in a way that like help the indigenous youths who are in the Catholic Church and then somehow find a common ground for synergy and everything. So yeah, this kind of like publications and everything, the initiation is needed even from the Catholic Church. I think Balbia is you have tested here question that like how church can better listen to the voices of youth. Maybe some of you have any reflection on that part, then please, you are welcome.
Yeah, this way.
Hi.
Waiting for taxi.
Oh.
Okay.
No, pass. This should be for young people because this time. Yeah.
And this time, or maybe what we can do is like, okay, first let's listen what are the expectations of the youth, how they want just to listen to their voice, then we can have some reflection of the elders and how they can access this place.
Could I just respond to one thing that Woody said? I think it's, you know, a very positive development, like the rise of the religious congregations and doing all their stuff, you know. But why is that happening? Why, you know, it's sort of it is a contradiction. Like, why are the religious congregations start to have Franciscan International and some other religion, Jesuit something or other? Why? Because they got the resources, you know. Maybe they don't have new members. All their religious congregations are declining, but they got centuries of resources. That's why they can employ Buddhi, for example, you know. Can IMCS employ Buddhi? I don't think, you know, even in a low salary, you probably don't have the money to employ Buddhi. You know, this is the truth of the matter, you know. This is why I said the resourcing and the capacity building is very important, you know. We cannot kid ourselves. If you look at the history of our movements again, before Vatican II, I can tell you in Australia, I can tell you many countries from the YCW perspective. You go to Kuala Lumpur now. If you go to Kuala Lumpur now, next to the Bishop's House, Cardine House, named after the founder of the Young Christian Workers Movement, you know? Many countries, similar things. And what happened after Vatican II? Well, I'll tell you what happened. This is the example of what happened. In Malaysia, it happened. First, the YCS and the YCW had their offices in Cardine House. And then the Justice and Peace Commission was created. And they didn't have enough room. And they went to the YCS and said, we haven't got enough room. Could we have one of your rooms? And the YCS, very cooperative, and said, okay, we give you one room. 2 years later, they go to the YCW and they say the same thing. Can we have another room from the YCW? And the YCW, very cooperative, said, yes, we can have, you can have our room. And when I visited, this is 1988, I visited Cardine House. The YCW showed me their office. It was in a shed. It was in a shed. You know, Justice and Peace took over Cardine House, and the YCW was put into literally a shed behind the cathedral. This is what happened in the name of justice and peace. And this happened in many countries. Oh, I can tell you stories all day about this. I'll tell you one more story because it's a terrible story. Gabon in West Africa. The Archbishop said to the YCW, here's some land, you can build an office. The YCW and the former YCWs, they built the office on the land of the church. Then the Archbishop came along and said, we need that office. And they rented it out to a pharmacy. Then he gave them another block of land. And the YCW, very cooperative, built another building for themselves. You know, I saw this thing happening in many countries. Oh, I didn't even tell you the worst stories. I can tell you worse stories about this. But the outcome is our movements don't have any resources. So how can we talk about going to the UN? When we, you know, that's why I congratulate William and the team. You get this center, you know. This is very, very important. Building the capacity of the movements, you know. Yeah. Otherwise, we're just talking. It's just all talk. No use to talk if we haven't got the capacity to do something.
Yeah, thank you so much, Stefan, for this kind of reflection. It's always important to put our kind of but we also need to have a perfect reflection for the scenarios, like what's happening with the church, what's happening with the lay movements and everything. So it's also very important for us to kind of like reflect on those things. I think, okay, let's take some time to listen to the voices of our youth. So what they want to say, I mean, how they expect the church and the other, even the like Backstrom and like IMCS and other movements to hear their voice, how they want to kind of like, okay, if they have some expectation, not expectation, but really a kind of reflection if they want to give to the movements like Backstrom and others. Maybe Niru, we have Paula, Lucia, and Baldi.
So for now, what I feel is like from a personal experience in Nepal, like we are minority, right? So what I expect from church is like actually for us it's really difficult us to answer like when we meet other religion people or even from our like Christianity, like if they are Protestant, it's like if they ask us like cross questions about our church and our practices, then that time like we'll not be able to answer. So for now, like I want church like to be able also to make not only to intellectually and with other things, but also with the experience and the practices, like to defend our own faith and to give some good examples. And also from our church and from our religious people, like I want them to show a good example to the people. Yeah, that is what I.
Okay, if I want to have some like okay, this is question. Yeah, it's always challenging for like people coming from the minority, like as Catholic, like especially like when Niru was sharing. I think once Niru and I was part of this called Building Bridges video conference with Pope Francis. So that time also we raised this question as a Catholic minority countries, how do we defend our faith? So that's also one of the biggest challenge and question that we have to answer in today's particular world, because being in a minority has a different kind of challenges. Because when I was in Philippines, okay, most of the people know about like, okay, I mean, churches are there. I mean, to something, but it's also a different scenario for people coming from the minorities countries, no? So I think we need to see different scenarios for even Philippines and other like Christian majority countries have different scenarios. So let's try to kind of okay reflect on this part. So maybe some of you can if any of you want to have reflection on this question. Maybe I think Kins can have more reflections on this and how we depends because the Philippines is a Catholic majority country, so I can somehow get a bias that okay they have can have.
I have already. It's good to collaborate with the bigger church, but my stance is to stay true to what you can do. Like, even as young people, I think your energy is limited. I haven't seen a person in my whole life that whose energy and resources are limitless. So I knew I haven't really studied what is the synodality, but I know that it's listening and relating to one another, and with the hope that it can be an open family. But sometimes it can also be very depressing because in paper it's very beautiful, but in action it's not. So my question is, how can we, as people here, remain true to the synodality with or without the document? Like, I still believe that if we have something to offer, people will follow us. But there are also people who really wants to be part of it, like really wants to be a player on that. But personally, for me, I stopped playing the game with the structure by itself. It doesn't mean to say I'm an enemy of the structure. The more I don't pay attention to it, the more I became friends with them. It's very ironic because I would be spending more time, for example, learning how to write, doing the communications thing, studying what a particular community really needs. And there are also other things that we can do that is quite impossible to be doing as only as purely Catholics. I'm looking at the people around, and I think I'm the only one that's really coming from a Catholic country. But uh, um, it. But I also believe and have seen that you guys have very beautiful activities in action that's been there. Commenting on the religious having their own groups, I don't have any quarrel with that, because on a level, I don't have quarrel with that because sometimes They organize and coordinate and manage the resources very well. But on the other hand, I have a little critique on that because it was pretty also said the accumulation of wealth is a sin in itself, is it not? It's a sin in itself. So how different is a religious organization accumulating so much wealth and paying for their own people compared to USAID or UN people who are doing that just to move the money? I'm so sorry. That's if you want to know more, we can discuss on the other side of the fence or during breaks. But yeah, there are so much of energy we can actually spend ourselves into rather than this one. And if you will report me, I can really tell people why it's like that. Like while we are sitting here, a lot of children are dying elsewhere during the war. In which wars that we are talking about? And why spend time on this? Thank you. Hope you will not get so disturbed by what I'm saying. That's really
I mean, there is also like it's yeah, like you said that youths are limitless in their energy and whatever. But one thing like how I console myself is like how we utilize those energy in the different front. I mean, it's need not to be always like praying religious, but there are certain ways that we show our spirituality, like helping the people, helping our colleagues, especially counseling them, and then share the knowledge that we have about like CST or whatever human rights or everything that's I mean sharing with them. It's also kind of like sharing our spirituality with them. For me personally, I think all youths need to see into a phase that how they can utilize their energies into a positive vibe so that other people around, other youths around can have a better understanding of different like CSC documents like encyclicals or human rights from the perception of the church. I think that's very important for us now. Yeah, anything?
Oh, you like it or not, this package is supposed to be on this side.
Yeah.
The elderlies. No, just kidding. So I'd like to also, I'm interested in the question there. How can the church better listen to the voice of the youth? But it's like putting the youth at the receiving end. So we are waiting until, is there anything that the church can do to better listen to us? So I'd like to suggest, can we paraphrase the question? As the youth, your context now is different than the youth their time. We talk a lot about TikToks and social media. Is there anything new that you would like to offer as an added value of the presence of youth in the church to make yourself more acknowledgeable to the church without waiting for the church to be like, well, youth, let's come and do something. But it's rather than let's do something from your side, and this is how we are going to do it from the youth perspective in this age. And when you've got all the internet connections, we got all the internet connections, something that we didn't have at that time. And I'm surprised and I'm amazed how Stefan can remember all these things and document every stories, even from the best stories to the worst stories, in his own folder in his head. And I think it will take ages to translate that into books, but I think it will be worth to listen to that. But anyway, I'm just suggesting to explore in that questions, so we can use this forum to really come up with some new suggestions on how we can influence the church rather than we waiting or the other way around.
Yeah, that's a very important point. And even myself Francis saying that, okay, these are the president of the church. That doesn't mean like Pope Francis will give perfect direction to the youth. Like they have to know how to strategy, like how they want to serve themselves in the church. And the other spaces that it's like kind of like they call it like their space, no, like okay, youth world. So I think it's very important for youths to reflect on this part, like what they are doing or how they are coming up with different ideas and everything that will be acknowledged by the church, or that will be appreciated by the church and put into the practice, that all the churches in the universal church can somehow find it like influential and then share it with other general world. So I think that's very important, that youth should come up with some of the ideas that church might need to kind of reflect on those matters, I think.
So following what I said just now, that based on my experience doing as a member of Spanish Council for 10 years, it is difficult to collect youth in the parish who have no activity. OMK, we said OMK, not Indica. We don't know what is the because why they don't interesting with the activity around the church. Yeah. But I think now I challenge you. Maybe Ari just only to encourage you, but I challenge you. How you to be pioneer? I know you, all of you are activists. How you are to be a pioneer among the youth that maybe is not interesting with some movement in around the church. I think it is also like a challenge from us that's not young anymore. Thank you.
For example, last year we had in the World Forum on Theology Liberation, I present the research that I have for the youth in terms of their participation on the church with the church, and based on that, I from the sharing from youth, I mean our members and then youth in Whiteley, that's actually they feel their, of course, in this digital generation, no, they feel that they can't find comfortable in the church. For example, one example, we have many burdens already, and we hope to go to church and to get the guidance, assistance. But what we have, we just come, join mass, sit, and go home, and then the sharing in the homily is not really in their level, I mean in their situation. So they didn't feel that they will come and they will get something. And other than that, we recently have our cafe chaplains program. It's not only in the church, but also this is what we call the generation gap, where somehow there will be a tension when we can't stand together to find how the interest. So the point is dialogue. This is important to also for them to feel that they are being listened. No? So that will be my response. And of course, we will be sharing and we'll have a roadmap later in the next session about this. And for all of us now, also to reflect on what the point that has been shared also, no? As from Masari, Mas Prasetyo, Atikins as well, no? That how we balance dialogue, but as well as the direct action at the grassroots or local level, parish level, yeah. So that's what I want to make a comment, and before we are going for lunch break.
Yeah, but I will say one thing. Encourage young people, those who are not going to church, do not judge them and take good care of them, because they're the very ones that will join the parish pastoral council. Another one, encourage some young people to earn more money, because sometimes only these people who has more money can donate to the church, and they have more power in suggesting and directing where the things are going. Is it not? I can see a lot of my friends who are very, very committed in doing community work. They go to different churches. They don't know. They would say, oh, she's not going to church anymore because they only check with one church. They don't go from other to other churches. So they would tag you as this is not this is not holy enough to be included. But if you will have those, this is the beauty of IMCS. You can have a lot of things. And then after that, you can connect with them and say, hey, we wanted to be involved in this particular matter. This person is a very good resource on this. So I'm so sorry. This is just very, very practical. And this is the way I see it, that we can't have it all. But as young persons, we can be very strategic. In the Philippines, we did that. When in the 70s, they said, we will have a student union and we make sure that the SCA will found it. So the SCA founded the student union and they said, what do you want to be? I want to be a lawyer. So thus this group of people did something. Unfortunately, when it shifted course, there's no more like that. So we are just hoping that we will be landing into very good positions in the church and in the society, wherein people will respect you, and but that when you open your mouth, people will listen to you. Somehow it's a bit successful, but that old generation before us were more successful. We producing ministers or people who are supposed to be the best president that the country could never have. But that should be the strategy right now. We have to take that back, to really career pathing with all of the members of the movement while you are still there. If not, it's going to be erased. Like unfortunately, like other movements who could not do so, they built buildings. SCA built a very big building in Cebu. Now it's gone. It's being constructed again as a hotel that the SCA, maybe some SCA people cannot afford to go in. That's a reality.
I want to share my experience like in Indonesia, in the capital city and hometown, it's very different. In capital city Jakarta, it's the young people already really connect with the church. Yeah, I see that, I saw that. But when in my hometown, it's really different. Like church very straight, like old way. Don't have like activities for even you don't engage with the church. That's the thing. And then the second now I think we still have like lack of information, especially about international event. For me, I know this internship program because I have a big willingness to, I have a big ambitious, but my friends, they don't know about these things like national and international event. And also like when, for example, me, before the person like me that do internship program in international event, just and then after finish is just disappear. There is no follow up. So there is no information after that. Now I really want to like, this is also my challenge. I really want to, because I feel this like I also want the others to follow more events, to follow more engaged with national or international event. Now this is my challenge also, like after this I want to have a sharing session with my maybe PEMCRI or another platform. So I want to show, okay, for example, I want to show the best practice of what I did in my internship. So after that, after I do sharing session with them, maybe only one, it's like small things we can just to inform them, okay, this is what I do. I just want to tell my experience, and then we hope also like they can join the more interest. So yeah, this is my challenge to follow up, to engage young people to more contribute or join. So the first so the main thing is about lack of information. So yeah, that's my experience.
Okay, I think we are almost at the edge of this discussion, so we will continue our discussion after the lunch break. But for now, let me just wrap up what I have to say about all these things. Like when we talk about synod and synodality, it's always about journeying together. Not one people will be giving you the direction and then others will follow. But it's also a kind of collective coalition between the church and the youths and the other congregations or conferences or bishops or whatever we say. We journey together, like trying to synergize the energy of the youth, trying to bring forth the voices of the youth together with the people who are there in the church already, in the authority and others. So it's a common ground that we should find when we talk about synodality. It's always about tackling the issues together. Like I think that's what Pope Francis is trying to do with coming up with different Laudato Si and other documents, that people will be aware of the challenges, the existing challenges that existing in the world. Like for example, climate justice, but he wants to kind of like give a direction in a like Catholic way, that's a Laudato Si and other things. So he's also trying to inspire, trying to encourage the church, the entire universal church, in order to respond to the existing challenges of the world. I think that's very important for us to reflect on this also. Let's journey together. Let's try to listen to the voices of the youth so that we will be able to understand them and then journey together with them. I think that will be a great journey ahead. But there are still many more things that we also need to reflect on, the pattern of the church, like tradition, the doctrines of the church, but there are many other things. But let's reflect on how we are contributing to reflect on those or response to the needs of the youths in the church. I think that's very important for us. So thank you everyone for your time, for your energy, for your responses. Now let's go and fill our stomach with food. So later we can have, yeah. Thank you very much. And the time that we will stay power African time and many other things. But especially the session today will be mostly focused on actually that we have been talking about from past 2 days on this. There are some things that I want to know from our reporters, from our previous group discussion from yesterday, because most of the factory campaigns and other things we have already covered those discussions. So I want our reporters from Indians to have a prepared kind of summary what we discussed in those group discussions. Let's hear this and then we can proceed. Okay, so from we had two groups at the end. We had a group for global governance, and we also had a fifth generation. But before that, we had different groups or each or other groups where we also discussed about or traditions and many other things. That will be covered, and we will have many initiations on the Jubilee campaign talking about the proposals by Pope Francis during his during his address for World Peace Day and many other things. Okay, let's leave this time for our interns who have prepared the report from group discussion. So then we can proceed with other things. Okay, who is ready? Paula, Valdea, and then Lucia and Miru. Okay, please make it short and then try to share it in a short period of time so that we can also have time for the discussion. Okay, who wants to go first? Any volunteers? Otherwise, I'll take your name. I'm very good at picking names. I can read your expression, how you are feeling. And I will choose the one
want to be very nervous. Let's focus on the first discussion because
Still volume is problem with the volume. We can't hear you. Hello. We can't hear you. Can you speak up or is there a problem or?
Okay.
In our team members, we have 4 of us, like Bertha, Christina, and myself. So, the action that Amsterdam shared with us yesterday, like we all had the same, you know, viewpoint, or like we all agreed on the fact that there are many promises or the summit they have put there, but actually they were not properly implemented, or we cannot see the results. So in the future, like we would like to see not only the formulation of the what to call summits, but also like we want it to be seen in the results. And yeah, for the action plan, like we discussed like the key learnings and the action of peace building, where like first thing is learning and understanding, and actually the process begins with the documentation, and mostly like 3 of us, like Bertha, me, and Christine, were like the digitalized generation. So we would like to focus on more on, you know, we want to use social media as a platform to discuss about our challenges, our problems, issues that are happening to us, and also about the human rights to the people. And Christina, she talked about the education. She told like education should be the primary, you know, fundamental needs, and it should be provided to all the youth and the students to know their ground root problems and to find the solutions. And yeah, those were the things. And there are other points like community engagement, support systems, and implementation focus. But we all discussed like instead of going to the vague area, or like to achieve the big things, we want to achieve small things from our community and the local levels. That is what we discussed. Yeah, Ki. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. We get back to you afterwards, but just any other requests from our audience. Okay, please, Padi.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is our first group. I'm CCCF fundraising. Here our introduction. This our discussion financial for SDG is not actually governments or large organization. It also requires the involvement of civil society, business, and the lead organization. This report, we highlight why financing SDGs related actions is essential. How organizations like IMCS, International Movement of Catholic Students, can contribute of this effort, and the recommendation for IMC, Asia Pacific and international to enhance their impact. Here are by explore real life and action. We discuss about why are those actions important in your real life. Here, for example, solving big problems, growing economics, fighting climate change, helping climate change. Helping everyone involving business. And how can our organization help? Spending awareness, building partnerships, supporting young leaders, tracking process, raising funds, helping communities. And three is what we suggest for IMCS is a specific or international focus on youth projects, work with governments, create an SDG fund, partner with campaigns, offer a training program, use new fundraising ideas like IMCS could provide a green bonds where people invest money and the funds go to eco-friendly project like building wine farms or planting urban forests. This is our conclusion. Financing SDG is vital to solving global challenges like poverty, inequality, and climate change. And this is our group discussion. If you want to add any topic or any suggestion for us, please add. And our group member here, Stephen, Ari, Paula, Anggi, and me, Palvia. Thank you.
Okay, then, Paula,
Okay. I will report about yesterday's discussion on global governance group. Our group member is Budi, me, Balbia, Suman, Anggi, and Ari. And we discuss a few key points. The first one is the acknowledgement of challenge to the current system. Second, challenges that young people face today. And third is the contribution as international movement of Catholic students. And last is the conclusion. System that involve various actors, including states, international organization, non-governmental organization, the private sector, and civil society to address global issues that cannot be solved by one state alone. So for the first discussion about the acknowledgement of challenge to the current system, like Mas Budi said yesterday, the multilateral system is not one and only way for today's, because we know that multilateralism is an approach to diplomacy and cooperative between states that involve multiple parties or international actors in decision-making process. While it has achieved remarkable success, it must adapt to meet evolving the global change. And multilateralism is not one way to solve all global challenges for nowadays. And the second is we talking about challenges that young people face today. From Nepal, especially, like Suman said yesterday, maybe young people nowadays have many responsibilities and or burden of responsibilities. Young people today often choose to focus on solving personal or local issues rather than addressing global challenges. This is because global problems can feel overwhelming, distant, or too complex to tackle individually. Additionally, limited resources, lack of representation, and the urgency of personal struggles make it more practical for them to prioritize immediate, tangible issues in their own life or communities. Second, underrepresentation in governance. Youth are frequently excluded from leadership and decision-making roles in both national and international governance structures. This lack of representation limits their ability to influence policies, and directly affect them. And we need to call for empowerment. Addressing these challenges requires creating pathways for youth to take on active roles in leadership, policy making, and advocacy. And one contribution as international movement of Catholic students, the first one is we need to building dialogue with governments. The IMCS can act as a bridge between young people and governments, fostering meaningful dialogue to ensure youth concerns are addressed. Engaging in dialogue within their home countries strengthen connection between grassroots movement and policy frameworks. Second, youth participation in governance is important. Maybe LMCS advocates for young people to take active roles not only in government, but also in other sector of society, including education, business, and community development. This board involvement can amplify youth influence across diverse areas of global governments. And these ideas come from Mas Ari. Mas Ari said, it is good if we make a platform for youth voices. Like by setting up platform for dialogue and advocacy, IMCS can provide opportunities for young people to express their perspective and influence decision-making process at national and international level. And we come to the conclusion. The first one is we need to put our investment in many places. Like we put key people in government level, national level, international level. Investing in key people to drive change in global governance, there is a need to identify and invest in individuals who have the potential to influence policies and decisions. These key people include youth leaders, advocates, and innovators who can push for transformative reforms. And Mas Budi also said, be one of influenced people. Becoming influential leaders, young people and organizations like IMCS should strive to become influenced figures in governance, shaping policies and practice that align with principles of justice, equity, and sustainability. Okay, that's all from me.
Okay, keep it short.
Okay, sure. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I will share the topic about digital. And our group are Suman, Paul Prasetyo, Jubilee, and myself. We have three main things about our reflection. Yesterday was fully emphasized about the human rights. So at this time, we have a failure that and at digital area, at digital now, we have like, it's really bad to protect our privacy and identity. So for example, when we Google our name, someone or another's, it's really easy to find the other's identity. So now we don't have private safe space. And then the second also, like, we need to get opportunity about digital media for social impact. And then the third things, it's about someone share about the eco-friendly innovations. Last time I have privilege Baduy community in Indonesia that they are still have like old traditions and still keep the environment, eco-friendly environment. At this time, it still exists. That community still exists. And now we need to promote that that communities from the grassroots level, and then try to engage from that communities, and then not only engage from them, and also we can also implement from them, learn from them, and implement in ourselves. So and then someone share. So we discuss the actions, like we do like campaign workshop in digital strategies. And someone said that, yeah, MCS already doing kind of that. Then yeah, our recommendation is just, yeah, continue all the things, all the activities, workshop, campaign, and others. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much all the interns for making our data collective of the membership of the reviews of our yesterday's good discussion. It was really a good discussion we had. So we covered most of the things about peace, security, digital, the global governance, and even African generation. So many things were covered in those discussions, because these are the things that we need to understand before we try to go deeper what we are trying to do as a part of activity campaign, because most of the things that we are trying to do, we are trying to think of our initiation with the grassroots challenges of the youth. For example, we are trying to bring a student voice to White Beach. Yesterday, I gave a short briefing about White Beach, and there are even other initiations that we are thankful for in this activity campaign, like 1 million signature and many other things. So this time we will hand over to Jonathan, that we will have more quality sessions about activity campaign, and let's try to take all those things and let's try to include and give our insights, so that we will make this activity campaign a fruitful one for raising the voices of youth, and then journey together with all our partner organizations and like-minded organizations who are working with us for peace, justice, and equality in our area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we are going to present Parks Jubilee campaign. Can William comment against the key concept? As you know, this Parks Jubilee campaign is a framework, but already we have a three from the conferences, and then we are going to add more. So William, some basic ideas. Can you show this one? So basic conceptual framework for Parks Jubilee.
Don't eat that.
Yeah. Parks Jubilee campaign, this is actually one of our outcome last year when we had the empowerment summit in France, and also Parks Catholic Forum
So during at that time, this was one of our outcome of the program, and can
You can find this on WhatsApp. You can find WhatsApp too.
we will send you in the WhatsApp. So this is our. Can you remove this? Yeah. So this is one of our very basic that idea that what we are trying. Actually, our plan was to start 1st of January, but some of our technical issue and some of the things for the preparation we could not do that. So we are planning to start beginning of February. So we will see how we can manage also. The Path Jubilee campaign, this is a collective initiative that we are planning for collect 1 million signature with the concrete activities, actions for justice, peace, and care of creation to the with the connecting with the Jubilee year 2025, and also to prepare for our World Youth Day 2027 in Seoul, and also in the context of a post-synodal, synodality. And also, as you know, that this is also our 7 years journey from 2021 to 2027. So our centennial 7 years journey that we began 2021, and also post context of United Nations that Summit of the Future outcome documents as well. So beyond in a response to the Pope Francis Centennial Message to Pax Romana 2021 during pandemic, and also last year when we met him in private audience with him. So this is actually that outcome, and this collection signatures and actions that and also our youth commitment will be presented to Pope during World Youth Day in Seoul 2027, and at the same time we will be submitting it to US Secretary General at the 3rd SDG Summit New York in September 2027. So this campaign will be initiated initiated by IMCS Pax Romana, and we are trying to invite our like-minded organization YCS, FIMCA, and ICMICA, Pax Christi, and other MIACs, social action movement, those who are interested to join us as a partner organization with us. So also these demands will be covered widely range, that some of the social issues that Pope Francis also mentioned, and we are also seeing some of the issues. So the issues will be economic, social, and gender justice to environmental and climate justice, and sustainability, human rights, peace, and global governance, in line with peace appeals that already we have shared with you, Nagasaki, Rome, and Geneva. So that our 3 outcomes from our last year program. And also the demands are to be selected based on the criteria of being urgent and pressing, bold and ambitious, practical and concrete, globally, and of course locally actionable, because we are trying to connect with our national movements, all our social action movement and other like-minded organizations. So this is what we are trying. And also time-bound including 3 proposals from Pope Francis that he sent a message on World Day of Peace in January 2025. So this is our background, and this is what we are trying to implement in the coming days within 3 years. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so this is for your thinking and proposal, and also let us propose. This the WhatsApp. There's a action calendar. So we have collected a lot of events from UN, civil society, Catholic Church, a similar updating. So if you want to add, please, so that we can have a master calendar for individual organization and collective. Before then, I want to go somewhere, just maybe this one. You can have a look, you can download the website, what's that, right? So okay, so already we are doing this one. We are here, right? We are here. So from from now on, you know, what are the okay. Benito, I send the group WhatsApp. Can you show the screen? So, you will say another one summary. You can download from WhatsApp is a PowerPoint. Okay. That's very good. CCCF event. The PowerPoint.
Yeah, I just follow it.
I was an event. CCCF event. PowerPoint?
Okay. Now, so we categorize in terms of, there are so many events, right? So the 4 categories. One is peace sector, if you have the peace, and then, no, next one. So these are put all together, there are too many, okay? Like this, ecology and climate, one side the UN and civil society, the other side, so Catholic Church. Because being the lay Catholic movement at the same time, civil, both. Okay, and the next one, the peace and humanitarian together, and then youth, you know? And then last one is social development justice. You know? Okay, these are 4 categories. You know? Okay, so we need to organize all this calendar. If you engage the youth, social justice or development, and peace and equality. These are 4 areas. Yeah? For instance, refugee. You know, do you know the date of refugee? Catholic Church? Can you update the Berta? Can you update? Let's go off, you know, let's go off front one and they use the let's start. Okay, first is the first one, right? 2025, many anniversaries. Anniversaries can be important because of historical evolution, you know? Because many things are happening this year as a result of previous, you know. So this is also way to kairos, you know. It's not number, but quality of time, you know. So this year is the 80th anniversary, 80th anniversary, right? And then the Catholic Church, we have an 800th anniversary of the Canticle, right? Canticle of 800th anniversary, no? So how we can use all these anniversaries for our 80th anniversary, we have 5 this year or not. So May 8th, Europe, whole Europe will celebrate, you know, the end of World War II, and Russia is a victory, you know, big, you know, the celebration. And then Pacific War, we don't celebrate, but Japan is a surrender. The end of Pacific War, 15. And also this is independent of Indonesia and Korea. And then atomic bomb, and then foundation of UN. So this UN will speak a lot, 80th anniversary, no? Okay, so and then 70th anniversary Bandung. Now ASEAN. Malaysia you're hosting, right? And then there'll be a lot rhetoric, you know, 6th anniversary. That means, you know, the history and then, you know, impact of ASEAN. And then Bandung is the 70th anniversary. So Indonesia you want a big event, you know, Bandung, April, you know. All right. And then 30th anniversary 2 UN summit, Beijing plus 30 and Copenhagen plus 30. Many women's group now they are doing a lot, you know, Beijing plus 30. And 20th anniversary of the is 3025 USB for youth. 10th anniversary of 2250. like a secret code. Not many people remember but women's group, money organized a project about 1325. Okay, but last month 2250. Okay, so 10th anniversary. This is SDG plus 10 and also financing for development. Okay, these are the global events. These are specific dates. The first, the TIDAMS, Global Days of Action of Digital Space. This is exactly the number 3 proposal of Pope Francis. Already many years, so Pope wants to add more power, giving more, April. So what can you do, Can you organize something alone, Although it's not Catholic, but it's a global, all civil society.
That's us. I can.
Yeah, I can. Because I can also join our, Rome, the webinar, IPB. This is by IPB. IPB is the International Peace Bureau, which received the Nobel Peace Prize 1910 or 20, before doing the World War I. Okay. And all stage, 1 hour turn off, 1 hour turn off, So can you do something here, And then this is the WSIS means World Summit on Information Society, digital, the cinema. And G7 Summit is Canada. And the day is a UN. And on this one is Spain, right? Spain. And then Island Political Forum in New York. Already we plan to organize something, right? Catholic Peace Forum or Social Forum with Kevin International Youth Day in August. So Catholic Church, November, UN, August. Okay.
June 8th is World Oceans Day.
Oh, there's so many, if you begin to, So these highlights some of the common, but not in the special. And then General Assembly starts, and the International Day of Peace, September. Catholic Church, 1st of January, right? And then also, social development from Doha, and G20 Summit, South Africa, Synodal Day, and Brazil, Greek Summit, UMA, birthday, and the Brazil, Belém. And then Environmental Assembly, December, UNEP. So usually, Environmental Assembly, February, I don't know why, but this time, December, But Pak Somana, we have an office in Nairobi, we have a Echo Station and the UNEP, and Human Rights Day, December. These are the major events, day, and also conference, which we can consider for our follow-up, Okay, next one. So another anniversary. Okay, the Catholic Church, Canticle 800, the Vatican Council 2, Stefano, the Vatican Council. I put, thanks to your input. So the date is December, 8th of December, it's the end of Vatican Council 2, right? 8th of December, 3 years. And then Peg of Catacomb. You know the word catacomb? Have you been to catacomb? Only you. How we do it? Because it's a catacomb, how they explain, the basement, when during persecution, many Catholics, they went underground, They said mass underground, to avoid persecution. That's a catacomb. Many people were killed, that time. So the pen of catacomb is a commitment of the bishops after Vatican Council II, right? They commit, they commit themselves to implement spirit of Vatican Council II at this catacomb, right? Can you share the WhatsApp? Already shared, right? Already shared, right? So idea is how to divide the spirit of catacomb. Spirit of catacomb is living simply. It's a Laudato Si, today's world, How to live spirit of Laudato Si. This is a catacomb at the time. And you can find the original text. Original text, Bishops not wearing big shoes. Yeah. That's very interesting, It's very specific, Bishop is not wearing all gold, all the luxury car, luxury apartment.
Yeah, it was because the original text was bishops. They were the ones that bishop acting of themselves. The question is we tried actually, but we didn't get there. So the idea was during our own meeting, we wanted to draft a lay back to the catacomb.
Exactly.
But we didn't get there. But maybe it's an objective for this year.
Maybe you can try, Peg of it. A link peg of, for the UN, as a result of summit of the future, pact for the future, right? Civil society, people's pact for the future. Already we made some Rome, right? Rome commitment we have, but you can translate that in the link to Vatican Council 2, around this, 16th of November. Anyway, and the anniversary, Laudato Si. And French entity, 5th anniversary. So we can use it. October 4, do you remember October 4? Whose feast? St. Francis. St. Francis, the feast of St. Francis. Okay, so St. Francis is not only Laudato Si, but also Fraternity. That means peace, ecology, justice, all. There's the story. We have a Benedict 16, right? That means there are 15 Pope before Benedict 16, right? John Paul II, second, right? This is the first Pope Francis. No Pope in the past dare to have the name St. Francis. St. Francis high level, another level. St. Francis Assisi. But he's very brave. He's the first Pope to take the name of St. Francis. Okay, so it's allowed us to see how we can. Now, major event, Catholic Church. Okay, as a Catholic. World of Peace. Now starting, right? Campaign starting. Chiang Mai, wow, we are here now. And then Lent, it's a traditional liturgical, starting from and then it's March 5th is Easter Wednesday, Ash Wednesday, right? Right? It's a Ash Wednesday, and then Lenten period, right? Correct? Ash Wednesday, right? Ash Wednesday, 40 days. And then April 20 Easter, and Laudato Si week. Already Laudato Si was published May 24, that week, like a disarmament week, UN 1 week, same, Catholic Church was 1 week, Laudato Si week, a lot of events. And in June, the Jubilee, as Stefan mentioned, I don't know what's a new community, what's old community? Are we old community or a new community?
Anyway.
This is the interesting concept. Actually, second movement is another name for lay movement, right? And the association, and the new movement. So it depends, evangelical, something like that. So whatever definition, we Paksomana is a part of this one. We are invited, to this one and more. Jubilee of Youth is an open platform. I think the tens of thousands of young people will be there. This is a mini World Youth Day. Mini World Youth Day between Lisbon and Seoul. Okay, so already we discussed already yesterday, right? What can we do with this? And this one, already we started January, right? Whole Japanese church, Catholic Church, they have this 15 days, 15, is it 15 days? 10 days, right? 10 days for prayer for world peace without nuclear weapons. All Japanese church. So we had a meeting, we only 6, 9, 15, 3 times a month. Okay, this one. And then September 1 to October 4, season of creation. There are other global events, right? Many religious congregations, season of creation. And the Pax Christi is a non-violent base of action, non-violence. There's a vow and a campaign. And then this World Youth Day, the November 24, and the Advent, 4 weeks, and then Christmas, and the middle again. So this cycle, the liturgical cycle, and then there are some of the important church events. So all these are opportunities. How can we organize ourselves? How can we use these opportunities to link to our campaign, Jubilee campaign, and many others? Next slide. Next. So now let's organize. So for instance, Paksoma, you have a committee, right? Ecology committee, Laudato Si committee, right? So we have to see what are you going to do this one. This is all stay and invite the day of November. We can add more. Okay. Here, Laudato Si meet, seasonal occasion, Feast of St. Francis, plus. So our committee needs to make a plan. I'm sure there will be at least one the demands or in our Jubilee campaign, ecology. But at the moment we have three, right? Tax, debt cancellation, and then culture of life, and then military spending. But there is no specific one about climate, right? So we can have one. So we can decide soon. Okay, one at least, so that we can mobilize the ecological Laudato Si group around that. Next one, peace and humanitarian. Very interesting. Okay, this is a World Humanitarian Day, August 19, and this is International Day of Peace. The UN Secretary General, he issued a message about International Day of Peace 100 days before. And then he start 100-day countdown, campaign. That means he urged member states, citizens to start International Day of Peace the 13th of June. But did you know about this day? So this one, June 13th?
No, I didn't use the calendar.
Yeah, only this one, right? 100 days. But very ironically, many the big K-pop fans, they celebrate the June 13th of June. You know why? It's a day of the BTS debut.
Yeah.
BTS birthday, 13th of June. So all the army, K-pop from they celebrate 13th of June. We need to change, from BTS to peace, using 13th of June.
Join GTS.
Army, yeah, peace army, peace. And then this is Disarmament Week. Already said, no? 24th of October is a birthday, UN birthday. That week, disarmament. And there are more nuclear related one. Catholic Church, we have World Day of Peace. Now this one. 10 days of this Japanese church, and then this proximity, and then more. Okay, so IMCS Asia, we have a group, right? Committee, Laudato Si committee. We have a peace group. No? Or we can create one. What about peace and ecology and social justice group, human rights? Yeah. So social justice, human rights, there are many issues compared to others. So we can organize, we can help our committee, the students, to make a plan. Certain thing we can do all Pax Romana members, but certain thing maybe those are into working group level. So we need to plan. That's why we need to use all this information for our effective campaign and advocacy. The advocacy means basically, for example, peace and humanitarian advocacy means we need to identify what are the UN bodies, UN conference. There are MPT conference, there are many conferences. Okay, but if it's a campaign, all our ordinary members can participate, right? But advocacy, not everybody, but it has to be linked. It has to be linked. For instance, we can collect the signature. Based on signature, we can write a letter to UN or policymakers. So this has to be well connected, popular campaign, and then specialized expertise, law-based statement. That's the job of this international team, William and Budi, those are,
Maybe in the template of the action, there can be an advocacy, and at the end of it, there should be forms of campaigns.
Yeah, something like that. So you need to develop a good modular system. Okay, next one. This is the last one. The use. Use is the last one, right? Okay, use. Okay, let's go. So use, final one. International Youth Day. Do you have anything in the Youth Day? Do you remember? Pax Romana?
Asia, we have
Around this day?
Yes,
12th of August.
Day.
12th of August.
Yes, yes.
So for instance, if this year, if IMCS go to the Hiroshima is the 6th of August, right? And then 9 is Nagasaki, right?
Yeah.
Right? So Nagasaki. So anyway, so did remember whether you can Security Council also
What was the date of Spirit Council? Can you go back? I don't remember. When was the day, day of Security Council? Any day?
9.
Oh, sorry, 9
December.
9 December. 9 December. That means day before Human Rights Day, right? Day before Human Rights Day. Wow, that's very symbolic, So day before, put here the date, Delta, 9 December, the day before Human Rights Day. And also 9 December is the day of Genocide Convention, Genocide Convention. Genocide Convention, 9 December. And also there are many youth forums, right? Also youth forum, Unibest forum, there are so many, so we can put together which one we want to target. And then Catherine, we have a World Youth Day, Diocese, November, once every 4 years, global, But this year, mini World Youth Day global in Rome, Jubilee. All right, so this is our planning. Okay. They change the date, now they fix it. Can you show the Word document? Let's go now chronological order from January, put together. So let's put together, see how we can. Okay, now January 1. And then this is, of course, it's not Catholic Church, it's not UN, but World Economic Forum. Many civil society also invited, to Franciscan invited to World Economic Forum. Economic Forum. WEF, World Economic Forum. So we World Economic Forum, World Social Forum. Anyway, so World Economic Forum, January, the end of January already, Okay. February, World Interfaith Harmony Week to the UN. This is a real opportunity for interfaith dialogue, as Paula mentioned, Too close, too late, too close to late. That's why if we know, when we need to plan last day, right? And next year, let's target something, interfaith. Can you do the, some of the ecumenical group interface group together using this? UN already, Geneva, the level, not bottom level, Indonesia, PM3 can initiate, PM3 can initiate something, to show, we are part of,
They organized, I think, 2020, and
Yeah. So not at all, we have to do regularly, right? So that people. Now it's a secular fraternity. It's a secular fraternity. Internet, there is human fraternity. Fraternity means fraternity, right? So we can do something, can organize the fraternity seminar for the members. The 2nd of February, right? And then, oh, sorry, the two more. Okay, this is. I don't know why there's some type of mistake. Better you can check later on. It's I don't know why same event in the 2 days. And then this Rome conference, But as you know, the other day, during the Global Government Conference, I think her name, Bo from South Africa, she mentioned about this one, right? I didn't know about this conference. But people outside the church, they know more about the Vatican. not us. So this is the justice, relation to finance for them. Or they have social justice. They have the social justice. It's a very broad concept. So very much linked to the fraternity. If you want to do anything to promote fraternity, these are the February 1, 2. And we have Assurance Day, International Women's Day. Wow, big event, right? Almost. PM3, do you organize anything Women's Day or participate any? No woman in PM3? Bangladesh? You join the Women's Day event. See? Women's Day event. August 8th of March. And this so there's the anniversary of Copenhagen. But this is just the anniversary. And then March 21 is racial discrimination, racial discrimination. The big event in the UN, racial discrimination big event, March 21st, March 21st.
And then zero waste, zero waste.
That's a very important.
March 30, So we can review, our IYTC policy and practice zero waste. Are you practicing zero waste here? We are trying, right? So zero waste. Laudato Si group wants to organize any campaign. Zero waste, 30th of. Peace. We are playing sports right here. So sports. And SPG, and military spending already date, almost 1 month campaign, so we need to prepare. And Good Friday, Easter Sunday. Oh, sorry, this can you delete? It's not made. Let's go to the main. The delete around this week. Mother's Day. We have 2 environmental day UN, right? Mother's Day, turn off your light, right? The 1 hour, the campaign. And then now that's today. Also delete this one. It's a May, but it's a May 24. And then multilateralism and diplomacy for peace. This one, right? Multilateralism. This is it has an implication about the Trump. Trump is MAGA, right? MAGA. My country first, not my country first. Instead, multilateral, all together, together. And diplomacy. Military spending, freedoms. And the Labor Day, 1st of May, World Press Freedom Day, press freedom, freedom of expression, journalism. And then 87 1 go to. And it's living together in peace. There are many peace, living together peace. There must be some story behind, who proposes living together. It's a harmony, right? Tolerance. So if you want to organize anything about this tolerance, this is the day, May 16th. Laudato Si, and the word cultural diversity for dialogue. Cultural diversity, language, right? Language and food, the cultural diversity. There are UNESCO Convention on Cultural Diversity. So this is the May 1. And then May 24, Laudato Si plus 10, the 4 of. Now the Geneva, the Information Society meeting, World Environment Day, and this is our Rome, CCCF Catholic Forum. We are supposed to organize one. Dialogue on civilization. Wow, it's a big, modern culture. So that means this is a interface is more interpersonal level, but this is more big inter-religion level, between Christianity and Muslim, Buddhism, Judaism, all this stuff, intergeneration, there's a UN program, Alliance of Civilization. This is in response crash of civilization by one of the and world child labor. Is it Bangladesh serious problem, child labor? Pakistan serious, right? Pakistan, Bangladesh, Indonesia? Serious? Korea, no problem. We don't have any problem. You don't have children, so no. No children. Senior citizen labor problem. We have a 4 senior citizen. This is the day, June 12. Internet for hate speech, blasphemy, hate speech, This is a very good hate speech. Refugee Day, June 20, refugee. And then because Jesus was a refugee, and Jesus' father was a migrant worker. So refugee migrant is an integral part of Catholic Church history. The refugee. The UN Foundation June. Why June? Because June 25, there's a San Francisco conference to adopt UN Charter. Adoption was June, and then 100 days later, effective, There's a 24th of October. Okay, now June. Okay, now June is Spain, Spain. Okay, so William, are you ready to go to the lobby to get money to fundraising? We all discuss on money. And HMPF, New York. So we can organize something this time with our partner in the United States, SEG and peace. These are all advocacy. Anniversary is more campaign, but UN meeting is more advocacy. But it has to be connected. And then 10th anniversary of, okay. So these are Addis Ababa. Addis Ababa was in July, so 10th anniversary. Jubilee use 1 week in Rome. Then trafficking in person, trafficking. How serious? Nepal trafficking serious? Bangladesh. Indonesia don't very serious. So you can do something about this trafficking. Trafficking. And then atomic bombing, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. It's a 10-day prayer. Indigenous Day, 9, 8. Indigenous. Who is the indigenous here? I'm also indigenous. We are all indigenous. Who are not? Stefan, are you indigenous or not? Are you indigenous? So we are indigenous. Our day, no? We are all indigenous. We are all indigenous. Let's celebrate something. August 9, remember, August 9, Indian Day. Youth Day. If we put together Indigenous Youth Day, we can make an Indigenous Youth Week, this day. And square. Assumption, assumption, meaning of marry.
Yeah.
Marry, assumption day. And also, 18th of it's the day of Japan surrender, So for Indonesia, South Korea, very special. Assumption Day, we are liberated. Thanks to Mary, thanks to Mary. Thanks to Mary, we are awesome, Okay. Pacific War, so 18 therefore. Humanitarian Day, the 19th, humanitarian. Caritas, humanitarian Day. Internet Day of nuclear test. It's a Pacific. A lot of testing, the Bikini Island, Pacific is very important. Okay, nuclear test. Care of creation. This is the Catholic Day, right? World Day of Prayer for Care of Creation. So I think almost every country, the bishop conference, they organize the mass, special mass, 1st of September. So first, the beginning of seasons of creation, the 1st of September, so that we can. Then, Roma Beijing, September, Beijing plus 30. And always UN General Assembly is the 2nd Tuesday of 2nd week of September, days opening. UN Democracy Day, we have Democracy Day, 15th of September is a Democracy Day. Peace. So you see linking, democracy and peace. Human rights, 10th of December, peace. 4th September, democracy, peace. We have social justice, all the important values. We have a date, a specific date. This is a Pax Christi International. 10th anniversary STD, 25 September adoption. Next. Total elimination of nuclear weapons. Elimination of nuclear weapons. This is 26. Non-violence is the concept of non-violence, very Catholic, French, but it become the norm within the UN. As we have non-violence. That's why the Pax Christi organized 10 days of action on non-violence, starting from International Day of Peace to International Day of Non-Violence, 10 days. But there is no day for university students, right? Why there is no day or week for university students? You have to think about it. Why there's no day for university? That's question. We are part of it, because that's why big question is because maybe the state university students has no impact in UN, or it's a very dangerous. These university students very dangerous, potentially very dangerous. That's why they don't want to promote university students. Okay, so we have to see, So President Jubilee was announced the day of feast, and the Vatican Council 2, October 11th, December 8th, this day. World Food Day, food, October 16th, food. Very important, food, green food. So that day, all vegetarian, no meat, food, that for fasting, no meat or fasting. Food day. Eradication of poverty, October 17. Caritas, it's a Caritas.
Maybe we can take something during this fall program. Every year in the room, they have program.
Yeah, program, yeah.
Food. Last year we sent one anticipated.
Okay, yeah. So something, yeah. There are many issues related to food, right? There are food.
In our before we had the line to make young people understand that rice doesn't grow from macro. So we had the line. That's very nice.
I think we have to another campaign. Many people believe the chocolate is grown in the Europe, you know.
Yeah.
You know. Many in Korea, you know, they think your chocolate produced in Swiss and Belgium, you know, all the brands in Swiss.
Some people
Cacao.
cannot even recognize the
Anyway.
sprout of the country.
So the issues, poverty, UN birthday, Disarmament Week. Okay, let me finish. Disarmament Week 1 week, and Geneva Peace Week 2nd week, right? 2nd week of October, Geneva Peace Week. Now, let's go to November. Many summits are October, November, right? October, November. ASEAN, APEC, G7, G20, or November. So, COP30 Brazil, Catholic Youth Day 24, 25, 25, violence against women. Day after Catholic Youth Day, the starting of the violence against women. Why? Why 25? Why 26? Because 26th of November, the famous UN convention, CEDAW, Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, was adopted the day. No? So they designed that way from to Human Rights Day, just 16 days. Okay, so there I mean, sometimes 10 days, 16 days, 1 month, 6 days, gender-based violence. Okay, next one, yeah. Oh, again, nuclear. There's so many nuclear related. Total elimination of nuclear weapons. Why 26? Do you know why 26? Because it's a day of adoption of TPNW. There's a UN treaty, the provision of nuclear weapons.
But UN has treaty about this.
You have a TPNW treaty, no? The treaty on the prohibition of the nuclear weapons. That's why they have this one. So this can be, before I forget, William, I was thinking in our campaign, in terms of action, some action we need to do, right? As a youth and student. Some action has to be done by government, you know? Some by UN, some by business, citizens. So one of the important actions that can be done by government is ratification of international law treaty. You know? So all these areas, military, nuclear, human rights, you know, development, they are made. So we can make a list, we can make a chart, you know, so that this can be our task, you know, how we can participate in ratification campaign, you know, for that one. So this can be one, TPNW. Already we have put in our. So because, you know, Japanese bishops, they make very clear, their mandate is implementation of this total elimination through TPNW treaty. So we asked Japanese government, Korea, Japan, China to sign and ratify this treaty. But our civilized country, Nepal, already signed. Indonesia, civilized, signed. Bangladesh, signed. Very good. Australia? No. Philippines? Yes, check Philippines. TPNW, Philippines signed. Only problem is Northeast Asia is a problem. None of the Northeast Asian countries. Okay, now December 9. Okay, so remember 2250. Environmental Assembly, Paris Agreement, so December 12. Peace Agreement. Migrant Day, Migrant 18. So we have Catholic Church Migrant Day. Do you remember when? Can you check when is our Migrant Day? Catholic Church. 29th of September. Is a migrant only or together with a refugee? Together, right? So UN separate. UN refugee is June 20, but migrant December 18. But Catholic Church we put together.
last Saturday of September, you know. Okay, there is a so that if you want to, you can do both, you know. Here and then you can have Christmas and the rest until for our Chiang Mai 4. All right, I think that's all.
Is that Chiang Mai for already set?
No, not yet. We will decide. So our plan is to have a regular, you know. So Global Governance Forum or the secular UN agenda. After that, the Catholic Church. After that, our training or something like that. That was our idea. Before Davos Forum starts, you know, we set the agenda first. We send the one. Next time, maybe we can send the booty to Davos. On the way back home, Geneva, we send it on behalf of our forum. So you can deliver our message. Yeah. So you understand the purpose of this forum? We set agenda. We analyze what happened last year, collect all the information. We set agenda. We make a yearly strategic plan. No? This is the meaning of proactivity, not reactivity. Proactivity. For that, we need to monitor what's happening, collect all, see the synergy, and then make a strategic plan for more impact. Okay, so this one. So if you have any comments, suggestion, please give us, and then we will make a concrete plan and we'll share with you. So all goes into Sparks Jubilee campaign, a 3-year campaign. So each year is more specific. You see our interns. How many interns we need? About we have 10 more interns, right, to do all this. Right? We need more interns. William, we need more money, yes, to have more interns. So that's right. Huh? So that's why we are training them now, you know. We are training them because we have only the Suman and the Berta, impossible to do all. That's why we need more interns, you know, for the time being. And if you have more money, we can hire more full-time campaigner. You know? Okay, at the moment we are agenda setting, strategic planning, and then more money because money will come if we show real genuine commitment. I believe, we believe, right? Where there is a commitment, there will be money.
As long as it's being known.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Please, let's go this way. Lucia, comment your commitments or pledge or whatever, you know. Okay, what is your response to all this calendar?
I want to specify myself for
Yeah,
the-
especially interesting, huh? So you want to go?
Yes.
Okay, you are into more environment, okay, ecology, okay. All right, Paula?
Women Days or the Earth Day.
Also, the woman and environment. That's your priority. Angie, you have to everything, right? Yeah. You have no choice.
Jubilee campaign or they promoting it in every of our station here. If there is another organization we have station here, so let's also promote our program as Sparks Jubilee today.
I think Angie, because IYT is a youth, the 18th of August, we can invite all youth, this village, rural village, and so to something, you know, inviting some UN people here, you know, or local. 12 August, you know. We need to show, because IYTC is not Catholic name, it's a secular name, you know. We need to really maximize all the UN anniversary to show, you know, so we can invite the UN people, you know.
With the UN youth that we had last year, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah, remember, we plan in advance, right? 12 of August, UN Internet Day, and then we can invite educational ministry and do something, you know.
Oh, it's our office in Bangkok. I will recommend contact for that.
Oh, yeah.
To organize the sessions or whatever.
Yeah, definitely.
I will get for that.
Yeah, we got so use for human rights, use for climate, use for peace, something like that, working group. Okay, so that they, yeah, Caritas also. Yeah. Okay, Berta, you have to do everything, right? Okay, for them, sir. Okay, Valvia, what is your use? Use is a general, specific, thematic sector. Huh? Peace. Oh, very good. You have ecology, woman, and peace. Okay. Suman, you have to do no. You have no choice. You have to do everything. Christina. Which one? Peace. Peace. Oh, we have to for peace. Okay. Caritas. Oh.
This is something we plan every year. It's World Humanitarian Day.
Humanitarian Day.
December International Volunteers Day. So World Food Day, for World Food Day this year, we plan to collect different best practices and experiences from local food people. With their promoting local foods, forgotten foods, and anything around foods like soil, water, fertilizers, and all this.
Oh, yeah.
For International Volunteers Day, it's just acknowledging the roles of volunteers for
Can you find out when is the Voluntary Day? December? 5th of December, voluntary day, no? Voluntary. So silent is our voluntary, his day, his birth. We need to give them day off, you know.
First Volunteers Day, may day off.
I am also volunteer. We all are volunteer.
We made everybody volunteer. Okay, Caritas, food, humanitarian, voluntarism, and three only. Many others are coming. Moody?
We at the global level, we work up on the climate change of 30 years.
Climbing.
Focus on us. But on the issue of food and peasants, remember that there is also the European declarations on the right for peasants.
Right. Yeah.
There's money there. I mean,
You have a computer? Yeah.
There is money there.
Since we are in the rural setting, can you check whether the UN Day on peasant farmers? Do you know the day? When is the day? Peasants, farmer. Like a workers' day, 1st of May, right? There must be a day for farmers or peasants. When? The rural. Well, there's a day for rural youth, rural youth. Because a lot of youth, they are living rural, like here, so they go to urban. So there's the day to promote. Can you check the rural youth day? When is the rural youth day? What? 17 April to what day? Peasants. Can you add peasants? And then rural youth. When is the rural youth? Most of the IMCS members, they are urban youth. We are neglecting rural youth because rural youth, no university students. So all our Clam Foundation, Coffee Farm, they're all rural youth. Right? When is the date? Can you find? You don't know there? Rural woman only. No youth there. So you can always combine the rural, woman, and youth put together, and the new day, woman, rural, woman, youth day. No? Oh, yeah. Okay, well. ChatGPT is smarter than what? When is the day? 15th of November. Can you check? Cross-check. 15th of November. That's why I remember I saw some rural youth, not only rural woman. Is it correct? Cross-check. Use a Gemini. You need to always cross-check the AI, These are ChatGPT and Gemini and others. No? Hey, don't throw ChatGPT. Don't throw too much, AI, always cross-check that. Ask ChatGPT is wrong. Then they say sorry, Real woman, not real use.
Yes, wrong.
See, wrong, ChatGPT said wrong. Apologize.
That's National Every Day. National Racing Bronx and Yellow Day. National Spicy Birthday Cookie Day.
We are saying we have yoga. It's exactly yoga. Where is the yoga day? Can you check yoga day? When? Yesterday. When the yoga? There's a UN yoga day. When we went? 21 June. This is because of Modi, Prime Minister of India. He proposed yoga day. So yoga day, they have the big celebration, yoga, ever yoga. Day of yoga, you see? That's why we need to create a UN Day for IMC Paksumana. We need to create a Paksumana Day. When is the best? When is the best day for Paksumana Day? Let's find it. Let's find one. When? 21st of July. Why? Whose anniversary? Is it William birthday? William birthday? Your birthday?
29 September.
July 21.
19 to
No, we have to spell date, you have to find that. Like a Christmas, you have to pick up, when so you propose July. Around the July in Freebrew, Paxson was born 1921.
Anyway, what I was going to say was actually the IMCS SAMS here in Georgia for starting its EXNIs on 3rd of August. So,
But there's a two individualized, we need to have a more common. Can you ask ChatGPT? Ask ChatGPT. When is the birthday of Paksumana IMC? Ask ChatGPT. He should know. If it's ask ChatGPT, birthday of Paksumana Day. Or ask, when will be the best day for Paksumana birthday? You can decide for more. First of all, then 10 years later, you will.
Actually,
if you make a big contribution,
if I'm not wrong, I saw in some documents it was 19 July. But not diet and cross check.
19.
19 190. Yeah, I saw some 8 hours, some documents.
The International Movement of Catholic Student Paksumana celebrates its founding anniversary on July 19.
The founding was 7 days, right?
This is what I found in some of our documents. I need to cross check.
Okay, let's do something this year. 10th of the year, 10th of the day, 19th of July.
Check it first.
That's July. Put it 19th of July, 921, Paksumana. So again,
check.
But we can know during the Jubilee.
So this year is 2, 3, 4, 5. 104th anniversary of Paksumana, right?
Grandparents.
It's during the service between winter.
Yeah, I see.
Not to be gone.
19th of July, 19th of July, right? But it's the time of the HMPF in New York. That's why we know the calendar is on banks, so then to avoid crash from the scale. Anyway, put in the 19th of July as a birthday of the Paksumana IMC. All right. Break. So this is the end of the session. Whole day and also 3 days. So we need something calendar. Let's use this calendar as a tool for further planning and also action. All right. Thank you very much. You can go now.
No, we cannot find him now. If we go 4:30, he will be coming to his new place of coffee. This is his name. Yeah.
I think you can be off now.
Then we can walk.
Okay, we can walk from club to audience with the brother.
You just said
It's 1 hour long.
no, that's it. Just that's what this more. No,
William. Oh, William. William, you need to embrace the properly now.
I'm not getting the same. So it's usually that we try. So better absolutely things. Okay, so
What do you think?
So we need all here.
Okay. He still remembers me. But even if I met him once.
Because something you know that they like also.
I think we got the yeah, that's why you know. Oh, you're really. Oh,
But then instead of what I'm saying,